Good morning from EmergyCare headquarters in Erie. Just to let you know, we are recording this morning. We're excited to have you all here today. EmergyCare is proud to present the online pre-hospital training virtual seminar presented by the Department of Health and Human Services. I'm Lisa Songer, and I'm the coordinator of community engagement here at EmergyCare, and I will be your host for today. Please make sure you have your coffee, your tea, your water, your snacks, a comfortable chair, and everything you need for the day. Oops, sorry about that. Okay. We are going to begin with a few words from our Executive Director, David Basnak, and then I will be back to share some housekeeping for the day.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to take a couple minutes to welcome you on to this is our first online pre-hospital training. It's distributive education here, which is, or digital education in real time, which is interesting. Any of you that knew me from when I worked at the hospital, this was one of the things that I started to experiment with our EMS refresher. And, certainly the pandemic has helped encourage a lot of this learning. So I hope that you get a lot out of today's speakers. I know Lisa, Karen, Jim, and the rest of the team there has worked hard at getting this put together today. So we have some good speakers. Appreciate you joining on such a beautiful day outside right now, but thank you for joining us this morning and appreciate your time. So I'll pass things back to Lisa. Welcome, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dave. As stated earlier, I'm going to go over a few housekeeping items with you. We may experience a few technical difficulties, as Dave mentioned. This is our first virtual pre-hospital seminar. So if we do have those technical difficulties, please just bear with us if that should occur. Attendance throughout the day is important. First, as Dave mentioned, we have some great information and some great speakers for you today. Second, in order for you to obtain your CEUs, you must be present for all of the sessions. The first thing we're going to ask you to do, if you haven't already done so, is to sign into the chat. I know a lot of you signed in early, so you've done that. But if you are not familiar with the chat, it can be found on your toolbar, whether it be at the top or the bottom of your screen. And there's a little text bubble that says chat there. If you click on that, a box will appear on your screen. And at the bottom, there is a to box, and it usually populates to everyone. So if you just go down and select Jim Kiefer, this information will only go to him. And we just need you to put in the chat your full name, where you're from, and your state certification number. This is necessary so that we can get you your CEUs. If you are joining as a group, make sure that you have a point person at your location, and that person will need to do the same thing in the chat and then put all the names and numbers for the people that are present there. If there happens to be an issue with any of the certification numbers, Jim Kiefer will reach out to you individually in the chat. Some of you may be familiar with Zoom and some may not, so we're just going to go over a few of the technical things with Zoom. We have muted all of your microphones. This is to eliminate any feedback that there might be from background noise. If you want to answer a question that the presenter may ask, we ask you to utilize the hand raising tool in the toolbar. This can just be found by going to the reactions in the toolbar and then click on it, and then there's a little raise your hand emoji there. If you have specific questions for the presenter, we ask you to put those in the chat box. Just make sure you change it from Jim to everyone so that everyone can see that. And then we're not necessarily repeating questions as well. The questions will be looked at and the presenters will answer as many as possible in the time that is allowed. If your question doesn't get answered, we encourage you to reach out to the presenter after today, and we will give you all of their email addresses at the end of the seminar today. The other thing that will happen is there's going to be questions asked periodically throughout the day through the poll. The poll will just pop up on your screen. So it's important that you respond so we know that you are still there. And this helps us to keep track of the attendance for the continuing education units. For those attending as a group, it's important that that point person lets Jim know if someone is not in attendance the whole time. If you need to leave long-term for any reason, click on leave the meeting. And then when you come back, you'll just have to rejoin. You'll do it just like you did this morning, join the meeting, and then you'll be let back in by the administrator. Between each session, there will be a 5-minute break. So we encourage you to get up, stretch, grab a drink, whatever you need to do. Just make sure that you are back in time for the next session. So I think that we have covered all the technical and housekeeping items. So we are going to begin today's seminar. Our first session is Agricultural Emergencies, the Unknown. This is presented by Douglas Dick, who currently serves as the Chief of Superior Ambulance Services in Grove City, PA. Doug has been involved in fire, rescue, EMS for 45 years and was a founding member of Superior Ambulance. He has a wealth of knowledge in agricultural emergencies, having been raised on a 140-acre beef farm. Welcome, Doug.
These are the other people that are, yeah.
So we can't hear anybody talking, huh?
Doug, you're good. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning, Doug. We can hear you.
Okay, good. We're ready to go then?
All set for you.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Doug Dick. I'm Chief of Superior Ambulance Service, and today we're going to talk a little bit about agricultural emergencies, the unknown. So this screenshot here that you see, this is our 164 scale farm that we do a lot of agricultural training with. And we're going to kind of dive into what agricultural is and go through this today so that you have a little bit better awareness of those emergencies that you may face and how to handle them. I want to thank everybody for attending and participating today. So with that, we'll start this PowerPoint presentation and we'll get going. Okay, so with our course objectives, as you see on the screen, this is what
We can't see your PowerPoint.
no, I'm sorry. How's that?
Got it now.
Okay, so course objectives. So when we're done, you'll be able to define what agricultural is, give some examples of a variety of agricultural types, verbalize those common injuries. And for EMS providers, so you know these injuries are going to be unique to you. Those hazards that you see on an agriculture-related event, and also the factors related to ensuring situational awareness for sites on farm, and then actually ICS and approach the assessment planning steps for those farm emergencies. Okay, so what is agricultural? A science or practice of farming, including cultivation of the soil for growing of crops and rearing of animals to provide food, wool, and other products. Also, agricultural is, you know, when you look at it, going back to our great grandparents and maybe our great grandparents, they were subsistence farming. That means that they were raising crops and livestock to sustain their family, maybe their extended family, what have you. Very little of that stuff was left in surplus to do trading or selling. And then the commercial agricultural, that's the large scale farming that you do for production, such as your stock farms where they're finishing out beef cattle to end up eventually in the market. So when we look at agricultural, and everybody thinks of agricultural, it's the farm that you drive by, but there's a lot of these things that we don't see, and a lot of them that are gaining great popularity. So when you see this, agricultural spans a variety of different areas, we'll talk about those. So we have these poultry farms. You know, some of these poultry houses, if you travel into these areas, especially like in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, down in the southeastern portion of the state, some of these poultry houses have thousands and thousands and thousands of chickens or turkeys in them. And, you know, 8 weeks, these chickens will end up in the grocery store or on your table. Then we have the beef cattle. So, you know, there's a lot of breeds of beef cattle. You know, we have the Black Angus and the Hereford. Those are two of the primary breeds in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We have other ones, but again, these beef cattle will end up eventually on your table as hamburgers or steak. And then we have our swine, and again, there's a variety of swine out there. You have the New Hampshires, the Berkshires, those types of breeds that people desire. And then our dairy. When we talked about dairy, everybody thought about the black and white cows, those Holstein cattle, which are predominantly what you see in the landscape. But there are other cattle. You have the Jerseys and the Guernseys, milking shorthorns, those types of things. Excuse me. But then a lot of people are milking goats. So we have the milking goats, and especially a lot of children that are problematic with drinking cow's milk. Goat milk seems to be a little bit more palatable to them. And then our rabbits, and I know everybody looks at these as Easter time and they're furry and cute, but meat rabbits are a big commodity in the meat market in different areas as well. And then beekeeping, and this is one that has gained great popularity. A lot of people are having beehives in their backyard that end up being somewhat of a little bit of a business where they sell their honey, especially if it is clover honey. And that's one of the big things you see in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is the clover honey. And along with these comes a lot of problems that we'll talk about. And then we have aquaculture. That's the rearing of fish, you know, tilapia, and some of these aquacultures are a little bit more sophisticated. Not only are they raising fish or aquatic type food products, but They're also raising some vegetables on top of this. So these are some sophisticated types of setups. Then you have your greenhouses, and these can go from large greenhouses to smaller greenhouses and structure-wise, raising plants, flowers, shrubbery for sale. And then we have our orchards and vineyards. So we have the apple orchards, peach orchards, and then the vineyards, the grapes, especially in the eastern part of, or northwestern part of the state of Pennsylvania, your vineyards up into New York. Your apples and your peaches, a lot of those are still kind of sporadic across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And with those all come different types of situations. And then our crops. And I'm sure everybody's heard the input. What is input? That's the stuff that it takes to get these things to grow. So those ears of corn, what it takes to get that corn stalk to grow, the wheat, the oats, the hay. And roughly those costs for inputs today, your fertilizer, lime, and those types of products, fuel, have increased 30 to 50% for the people that are growing these crops. These crops are used, this just isn't cow feed. People think, well, that's the farmers raising that for cattle feed. A lot of the corn ends up into cereals, the wheats, the oats, things end up into food products as well. And then our vegetables, and again, these have gained popularity of people wanting to know where their vegetables are coming from. Of course, the good old pumpkin patch, that at Halloween time, people want to go out and pick their pumpkin and have that experience. And with that, a lot of those places that have the pumpkin patches also have like a corn maze, and those corn mazes have grown in popularity as well. So when we looked at all those agricultural type things, and those were farming, and there's more to the agriculture we'll talk about, but how does weather increase injuries? And this is one of the things that we need to think about, and nobody's exempt from this. As we know, in the fire EMS scenario, we're all short-staffed. The farmers are short-staffed too. Nobody wants to do labor-intense work today. So when you look at the weather and you get a nice day, there's that increased sense of urgency after a long stretch of bad weather, which we have been having our fair share of it here in Pennsylvania lately. You try to get those chores done, those tasks completed in a timely manner during those breaks. Sometimes you don't have enough staff during that, or you have a variety of things going on that you need to accomplish. Then what happens? People leave their guard down. They start moving quickly, trying to get everything done. They go. And it is nothing at this time of year that some of these farmers that are planting fields with corn, soybean at this time of the year are working 20 hours out of 24 hours in a day. And we all know that's not conducive to what we should be doing. On top of that, when things break down, they pick up their good old duct tape, their binder twine, and that's how they fix the things temporarily, and they don't really have time to do those good repairs. And with that, that causes problems. So what kind of safety concerns do you see? So you look at this guy's standing on the back of this truck. If you look at the ground and how uneven it is, there's some safety issues here from a rescue standpoint and a pre-hospital care provider that you should be concerned about. So just look at that for a couple seconds, try to get a mental picture of this and what potentially could happen. So vehicles on uneven ground, that person standing on tons of grain and the height of the vehicle. So I'm gonna go back to that slide now that you kind of see some of the dangers we picked up. So think about this. That's roughly about, from the ground level to the top of that is about 7 to 8 feet. How are you going to get this person out of the back of that vehicle? What equipment are you going to need? And that looks like it's on a driveway or a roadway, but actually that truck could be back several hundred yards in a field somewhere. And you may not be able to drive right up to it like you do in a residential area, and unload your stretcher, unload your gear, and walk into this patient. So this will be a challenge for you. So whoops, sorry, got too far ahead of myself there. So what does staffing play in farm injuries? So we know what staffing plays in EMS with trying to get everybody to cover shifts, do transports, run 911 calls, and do everything else we do. But if we have a poor season, we've had a lot of rain, poor growing season, or production, anything that gets thrown to us. A lot of places have to lay off workers or cut workers' hours. So by doing that, laying off workers or cutting their hours, you're short-staffed. And when you're short-staffed, we all know what happens. Everybody that's left behind has a heavier workload. And that requires you to do more than what you normally do. Or training people into jobs they are not familiar with. So when we talk about injuries and deaths, these two little folks that are trying to push this 1,500-pound round bale of hay probably are not trained to do the job. And then using family to help with work tasks. So on most farms, if most farms they're a family run or something, it's everybody in the family is participating in it, and everybody's doing multiple tasks. Then we talk about what's the role does farm equipment play. So you're unfamiliar with the equipment. So as far as EMS providers or firefighters, do you know how to shut this equipment off? So when you look down at the lower left corner of this John Deere tractor, this thing is basically self-propelled, run by computers, and we know how computers work. At least I know how computers work because I am not the IT person. But one little glitch in that computer or satellite signal or anything else can actually cause that tractor to stop or go faster or go off track of where it's going. And then trying to get it shut down if there's an emergency that you need to get to the operator of it. Now, when you look up at the top in that old steel-wheeled tractor, those were simplistic. They had a key, you turned it on, pushed a button, it started, or at least you hoped it started. And if not, if you looked in the front of it, there was a crank, and you cranked it over until you fired it up. But majority of fire and EMS personnel are very unfamiliar with this type of equipment. The problem with the old machinery, there were no safety switches. So if you jumped off your tractor kept on running. And majority of those older pieces of equipment, we had inappropriate care. And then you have that carelessness when you're running it. And we always hear this. I've done it this way forever. And not only on farms do we hear that, but we hear it everywhere. EMS, fire. A lot of people don't want to change for a variety of reasons, whether it's because my grandfather did it this way, or my uncle did it this way, or my dad did it this way. But people are really reluctant to make change, and that causes problems. So how does the geographic location of a call affect injuries? So think about this. When you're going on a 911 call and they give you the address of, let's say, 123 Main Street with cross streets of cross street A and cross street B, you have a pretty good idea where you're going. On the agricultural settings, the rural environment, it's going to take you longer to get there. Maybe getting access to the patient is going to be prolonged. That is if you can find where you need to go. So some of these large agricultural areas, you know, thousands and thousands of acres, they tell you go to Smith Road and Black Road and we're back in the field. And when you get to Smith Road and Black Road and you look at the field, you can't see the end of the field. So how do you know where to go get your patient? No one knows there's a problem a lot of times until it's too late. A lot of these agricultural emergencies, especially equipment entanglements and stuff, this person's been out in the field entangled in this equipment for hours before anybody realizes that there's a problem. And just those little simple injuries can actually become life-threatening. We all know about controlled bleeding, and if we don't control bleeding, usually all bleeding stops. If somebody gets caught in a piece of equipment and cannot free their limb and they're bleeding, it might not take them 5 minutes to bleed to death, but they may be trapped in this piece of equipment for a couple hours, and it's a slow, painful death for them before anybody realizes that they are in trouble. So we look at statistics, and this should make everybody pause. Age 15 to 24, over half the annual death rates in agricultural settings. And every day, as we're doing this class right now, there's going to be 33 children somewhere across this country involved in an agricultural accident today. Whether those be minor or major, they're still involved in them. So the leading cause of death for children that are living on the farm is a vehicle. So those farm children, it's a vehicle of some type, whether it be a tractor, an ATV, a hay bind, something like that. That's what's going to cause their death. Now, when little Johnny or little Susie invites their friends from school over to your farm, their chances of becoming a statistic of a fatality will be animal related. And the reason why is, if you look up here in the top right, them little goats, everybody likes to play with the baby animals and, you know, go pet the cow or go pet the horse, those types of things. And that's where our visitors on the farm get into trouble. So in Pennsylvania, the 2020 data for fatalities, there were 39 of them. Now, when you look at Pennsylvania, that's a large land mass, but 39 fatalities, the farming industry is way too many. 25.6 of those were under the age of 19. So the 2020 data is a significant increase over the previous 5 years. And again, in agricultural, and this is, everybody should be aware of this, males are more likely to be a fatal injury than females. So with those 39 fatalities, here's what happens. If you are a family-run farm, when there is a family member that becomes a statistic, a fatality, there is a good chance that within the next 12 months, that farm will shutter and be out of business. And if it's the key person, and we're talking 19 years of age, and the 19-year-old could be one of those key people, but chances are that they're not. But if that's number is somebody that's 59 years of age, and they're the key person on the farm, and they end up being a statistic, a fatality, chances are that farm will stop operations pretty much immediately and will be shuttered. And we see this, that these farms, they have a significant injury, it's family related, now they got to deal with that, maybe hospital bills, how to get back on their feet, and it's a struggle. And you see these absolute auctions, liquidation auctions of all these farms. So we're kind of in the peak time frames right now. The spring, you're gonna see a lot of this equipment. every year, there's what they call the farm or the farm road safety awareness programs. Pennsylvania State Police participated in it. Pennsylvania Farm Bureau participates in it. But about the motoring public and coming up behind this equipment. So as you can see, that piece of equipment is almost as wide as both lanes of highway. We see a lot of this. This is a planter. You'll see these planters in the spring, sprayers, fertilize equipment, those types of things. And they're moving this stuff from field to field. And again, going back to some previous slides about the weather, they may be moving this stuff first thing in the morning, middle of the afternoon, late in the afternoon, even after dark, just to try to get their tasks done while they have good weather. And, we have specific crop timelines. So right now, everybody's trying to get their ground prepared to get corn in the ground. Ideally, we'd like to see the corn put in the ground by the end of May. And everybody's going to be struggling this year to get that done just because the weather that we have had. Then we talk about the fall, that's harvest season. And we got a couple slides coming up about that. So peak number of fatalities. October is the worst month. And that is because it's harvest season. Weather is very unpredictable. Daylight is getting limited and it's rush. And there's a very, very small time frame to get these crops harvested, whether it's corn or whether it's the apples in the apple orchard or the grapes in the grape vineyard. It's crunch time. And this is where we see a lot of fatalities in the month of October. For children and those adolescents, that 25.6% of those kids under 19 years of age, June, July, and August. They're out of school, leaving their bookwork behind, and now they're doing what they probably really like to do. That's out, playing in the barn, helping do chores, tending to animals, and they get into trouble. When we look at these fatalities, the majority of them are attached to a farm tractor or some other off-road vehicle. And the reason why is pretty much on every event on a farm tractor is involved. You had them planting crops, you had them moving equipment. They're the source of the power to get everything done. And that's where we have our number one leading cause of fatalities. So how is this used? How much does it cost? So this is a planter that will plant small grains. And just to kind of give you an idea, when we talk about the cost of this equipment, anybody that's in the fire rescue, you need to be very conscientious about how much this stuff costs. When we talk about buying an ambulance, and an ambulance is $200,000, or we went out and we bought a new engine and our engine is $500,000. Well, this farm equipment is no different. And this is the livelihood. This is what these farmers are going to make their livelihood on. And keep in mind, this piece of equipment here is probably only used maybe a week out of the whole year. So it's pulled behind a tractor, and the cost is anywhere from $19,000 to $45,000 for that seeder. Piece of equipment that's only going to be used about 1 week a year, maybe 2 if it's a big operation. So if we tear that piece of equipment up, we just caused a lot of problems financially and economically for this person. So then we have our little animals. Down in the bottom are little baby pigs, and everybody thinks these are cute and cuddly until they grow up. And then we have some of the other unique animals, alpacas and things that people have been getting into. So animals in agriculture are broad-based. They're all the same. And if anybody's a horse person, you know how horses can be. There is no such thing as a bomb-proof horse. There's no such thing as a bomb-proof animal. So avoid those quick movements or loud sounds. moving into an animal's blind spot, and this is every animal is just like a human being. They have their own little quirks of what they like or dislike. So always try to look around. We talk about, you know, that scene survey, situational awareness. When you go to one of these calls, whether it be at a small farm, large farm, or any type of agricultural thing, always be situational awareness. Look for an escape plan. What are you gonna do if this happens? What are you gonna do if that happens? And again, animals create association with incidents, good and bad. So a lot of our cattle that we have on our farm are pretty accustomed to my son, myself, my grandkids. They get fed every day. They know that if somebody comes out of the barn with a bucket, it's a good time. However, in some of these larger ranching operations, especially in the Midwest, where these people are running thousands and thousands of head of cattle, those cattle only usually have 2 interactions with people. Number one is in the spring when they're coming into the corrals, the cattle chutes to be branded, ear tagged, immunizations given and everything else, and then they're turned back out in the rangeland. Then the next interaction those cattle have with a person is when they're brought back into the corrals, put over the scales and put on a stock trailer or a cattle trailer and headed to a feedlot or to market. So they associate those interactions as bad. If you have anything that goes on with animals, majority of areas have a CART team, County Animal Response Team. In Pennsylvania, those are funded by Regional Terrorism Task Force. Some of them are small animal CART teams, some of them are large animal CART teams. But get to know those people, get to know what their resources are, and even if you may not have it in your county, but your neighboring county might have it. Veterinarians, I will tell you that it is very difficult right now to get a large animal vet in a situation. They are very limited. They are very busy. So in your pre-planning, when we talk about this, you may want to have a vet or a couple vets on your call list. And then the other experts are those other farmers, you know, the neighboring farmer, the guy that deals with these animals maybe on a basis or deals with types of animals. Folks at auction barns are really good at dealing with the animals. So those are some resources that you can have if you get in a situation with animals and you have a problem. So those animal call outs, animal versus human. So we talked about those this springtime, cows are calving, and ladies, you can probably attest to this. You have that mother instinct. You're going to protect your child. And no different than that mother cow or that horse or that goat, that mother pig. She's going to protect her babies at all expense. And that is where we get into the animal versus human problems. A lot of times we see animal human conflicts when they are being moved through corral systems or pasture systems, through gates, or loaded on stock trailers. And keep in mind, you could have multiple animals involved. So, you know, you have a dozen mother cows with calves on the ground and you're in the pasture field. You might want to rethink going into that pasture field until somebody can render that safe. Another one of the things that why CART teams came out was because of horrific natural disasters, floodings, and those types of things, tornadoes, and a lot of animals. There was nobody to take care of animals or anything else. So that's where some of the CART teams were established. And then you have fire and structural collapse. About 5 years ago, we had a barn collapse, a roof collapsed on it was a beef cattle operation with horses with a young girl entrapped in the barn. So not only did we have the structural collapse issue to deal with, we had animals to deal with, both cattle and horses, and then we had an injured person. These are very complex situations to deal with. It's not something that you're going to walk through the door, walk over the threshold of somebody's house and take care of the patient. Now, when you're on the highway, motor vehicles, so if you're driving, look at those trucks that are going by you. You see one of those big animal haulers. If they have pigs in it, you could have several, 50 to 100 pigs in it, cattle, 20 to 50 cattle in it. Think about it, if you're in a situation like Interstate 80, 79, I-90 in Pennsylvania, I-81 out east, it doesn't take long for traffic to get backed up at a regular motor vehicle accident, let alone having a bunch of animals running around the interstate system or your highway. And not just talking about interstate system, but these things come through towns as well. So if you think about your town, what would you do if you had 20 scared cattle running through your main street of your town or something? So what danger do you see here? So this is a John Deere tractor pulling a square baler. And we have the gentleman in between there. And again, time is essence. When you get hay cut, you have a small window of getting it put into square bales or round bales, what have you. So that equipment's on uneven ground, kind of going uphill, which is not uncommon in Pennsylvania. Person standing between the tractor and the baler. So the question you should be asking, is that tractor running or is it shut down with the brakes locked? So we'll go back to that slide. So you think about that. That's on an uphill slide. That gentleman's working on it. If it's running, brakes are only as good as the brakes are. There could be a mechanical failure, and now you have a disaster. And think about the injuries, the types of injuries you're gonna have with this person. You could have entrapment underneath the tractor. You could have entanglement if he would slip and that baler's running, slip, get drug right into the bale. This is going to be a very difficult scenario for most people. And on top of it, good chances are he's not close to the road. So you got to figure out how you're getting to him and getting him back to where you need to go. So tractor safety reminders, ROPS, those are the rollover protective structure and seat belts. Now, keep in mind, the rollover protection device only works if you have a seat belt on. And a lot of our older tractors, is this one down on the right corner, that old farm all, and we call that a tricycle wheel tractor, so it has narrow front end. Those things are very dangerous for rollovers, as you can see. It's not in a position that it should be in, but those usually do not have a ROP system. The tractor on the left, although it has a cab and it does have some protection, those become problematic to try to get somebody out of as well. Usually, again, repairs are not up to par. And if this tractor's upside down, especially this old farm all, there's a good chance that thing's still running. So with it running, now you still have energy going to the rear wheels spinning. There could be stored energy in the system, and it may be very difficult to shut that tractor off. And some of these older tractors are really complex to how you shut them off. We have an old John Deere tractor, and you can turn the key in any direction you want to turn it, and the tractor will not shut off. It has basically, you choke it out. There's a lever you got to pull up, and that's how the tractor gets shut off. So knowing some of this old equipment is going to be a key thing, because that's what you're going to see. A lot of these family farms, especially the smaller ones, they don't have the money to go out and buy a new tractor, so they're buying the used ones at auctions. Make sure that the tractor and any attached equipment is stabilized. So we talk about stabilization of these things. It's going to take you truckloads of cribbing. Okay, most rescue companies that I've ever been involved with do not carry enough cribbing or stabilization equipment with them on their first due rescue truck. And this is going to be where are your resources, especially if you get some of the bigger equipment, what you're going to need. So when we talk about rollovers, as you can see, this is how fast it happens. 15 seconds. So from the time this tractor starts to roll over, whether it goes backwards or sideways, it takes roughly 15 seconds, and it's in a position that it should not be in. It's either going to be on its side or it's going to be wheels up. It's kind of like a turtle. You know, you look at the turtle and you flip it over on its back. It's kind of hard for the turtle to get back up on its feet. In the same way with these tractors, and roughly 15 seconds, and it's too late. And especially if there is no ROP system on this tractor, or that person is not seat belted in. And that, you know, that, you know, with motor vehicles and stuff, we push for the seat belts, and the same thing with tractors. This thing starts rolling, you're getting ejected off of it, and who knows where you're going to end up. Those side overturns are the most common. That's somebody that's going a little too fast around turns, driving, you know, too close to slopes or those shear lines. And we see this a lot, you know, people brush hogging, and they look at this little bit of a hillside or an embankment, and they think, oh, I can handle that. That's not too bad. And all you need to do is break traction on one wheel. So one wheel needs to come off the ground, break traction, and that thing's going to start rolling. Raised buckets on these, if they have a front end loader, it's kilters the center of gravity, and especially if the bucket has any material in it, whether it has stone, dirt. We see this a lot with guys with front end loaders with bale spears moving big round bales, and it's, you know, the center of gravity is fluctuated and it causes it to roll. As you can see in this guy, he does have a ROP systems, and obviously he is seat belted in. So although his tractor's upside down, he's not crushed. He may be injured, but he's not crushed. So rear overturns. This is where people use equipment for something that's not intended for. This tractor is not a skid steer, or this tractor is not a tow truck. So we see these types of situations where one tractor is trying to free another tractor that's stuck, or we see tractors being utilized to pull large trees, large logs out of the woods, and the cable, rope, whatever they're using, chain, is usually hooked above the drawbar because of how 3-point hitches are in tractors and everything. But now you have that center of gravity again, pulls up the wheels. And as I said, 15 seconds later, this tractor is going to be upside down. And it doesn't help if they're working on an incline or in a muddy area. Again, if they're trying to pull out another tractor, it's a good chance that the ground is not stable, and they're just putting themselves in another position that they shouldn't be putting themselves in. So how is this used and how much does it cost? So this is a big case tractor. You know, this thing would be used for cultivate, you know, plowing, disking, moving big equipment. This is a good sized tractor, 4-wheel drive. Not too many people are going to go out and buy one of these, let alone some of these farms have multiples of these. So when you look at it, case tractor, it's 415 engine horsepower. So when they look at tractors, they talk about engine horsepower and PTO horsepower. So engine horsepower is 415, PTO at the power takeoffs about 315. That tractor alone weighs 32,200 pounds. So 16 tons, just the tractor. On top of it, a fuel capacity of 163 gallons of diesel fuel. So add, that diesel fuel, if he just filled up his tank at 8.8 pounds per gallon of liquid, what it weighs. And that tractor is just a mere $482,014 if you go buy it today. So I want you to look at this, and we'll go back to this slide, that tractor. Some of the things that we don't think about. We talk about agricultural emergencies. What happens if the operator in that tractor has a stroke? What happens if that operator in that tractor has severe chest pain or becomes unconscious? How are you going to get them out of that cab? So those rear tires are 8 feet. From the ground to the top are 8 feet. So you're looking at about a 9 to 10 foot height with that narrow step that is roughly about 10 inches, 12 inches wide. And the door only opens up about halfway. And not to insult any of the farmers, but a lot of them I know are pretty good sized guys or good sized girls. And so you have them in this situation and you have to extricate them. Think about what you need to do. So we talked about those power takeoffs. Those power takeoffs are to transfer mechanical power to the tractor. Some of the older equipment, as we said, have no safety switches or anything. So when you get off the seat, it continues to run. And there's 2 power takeoff speeds. One's 540 revolutions per minute, and one's 1,000 revolutions per minute. So to kind of give you, a little bit more in depth here, we'll show you a picture after this. But that 540, that means that that shaft is going around 9 times per second. And the 1,000 RPM is going around 16.6 times per second. So here's what happens. Somebody's unaware that the PTO is engaged. So we talked about that guy in the baler gets out, looks at it because it's plugged up with hay. He didn't shut his tractor off. Tractor doesn't have any safety switches, or he's disconnected the safety switches because he's tired of his having to shut the tractor down, and then once he gets back in it, turn it back on and everything. Kind of unfamiliar with the power of the PTO shaft. So keep in mind, again, that thing's going around 540 times per minute. You're working too close to an unguarded shaft. And the shaft protection on those things, right now, I don't know exactly what the costs are, but the last one I bought 2 years ago was $57. I'm sure that they've gone up a little bit, but $57 to protect yourself. It's not too bad of an insurance policy. Wearing loose clothing, long sleeves, hoodies with strings in them, and you're getting too close to the unguarded shaft, and you end up in this. So, again, the shaft, when you get caught, you're going to go around the shaft 540 times in 1 minute. So your body will have no forgiveness. We'll talk about those shafts. Those things are hardened steel. You can't cut them with your Hearst tool or anything like that. So if this person is entrapped, if their limb still may be attached to them, and their limb may not, their clothing wrapped around here. So think about how complex this is going to be to get this person out of there. What's your medical care that you need to worry about? First thing is control any bleeding that you control. If this person is still a viable patient, and get IV started, airway management. You need to think about some crush injuries, maybe TXA if you carry it. This patient may need blood if you can have access to blood to get to them or what have you. This is not going to be a 5-10 minute patient care event or extrication. Other injuries. So when you talk about other injuries, medical conditions causing the trauma injuries, the decap, BTLS, amputations, and death, then prolonged extrications and intricate extrications. So look at this. This is a batwing mower. So that's a big John Deere tractor on its side with a cab. You have the batwing mower, which that thing has, there's actually 3 PTO shafts on the mower, and then a PTO shaft that attaches to the tractor. And then it has at least 6 hydraulic lines to it. So hydraulic lines under pressure, and that is in a very bad situation. When you talk about stabilization, you need a tractor trailer load of cribbing or timbers or whatever to stabilize this. Not only the tractor, but the mower. This is going to be all hands on deck. And it's not a matter of you just, a lot of people say, well, we can just go up there and break the glass out of the back window or cut the roof off of the cab. That's not how it works in agricultural stuff. You start cutting things, you may, the integrity of the piece of equipment or whatever, you may compromise it greatly. So we talk about mechanical hazards again, just to give you an idea. This is New Holland round baler and a PTO shaft. So where you see that shaft that comes out into that big round drum, that's what's powering the baler. So there's roughly about 14, 18 inches between the shaft and the drawbar where you hook onto the tractor. So think about this. Your body is going to go between that space. If you're caught in that PTO shaft, your body is going to go between that space roughly 540 times every minute that is running. Not to gross anybody out, but it's going to look like one of those Pennsylvania white-tailed deer that you just saw splattered on Interstate 80 by a tractor trailer. So those injuries, again, entrapped in equipment. As you can see the headlines, farmer 67 survives more than a day trapped in the hay baler. It's a big round hay baler. Those medical conditions causing of traumatic injuries. And again, starting with our decap BTLS, you could have amputations, or that person it could be a death, and rather than a rescue, it becomes a recovery. And these things will take a long time. Prolonged extrication, intricate extrication. This is hardened steel. A lot of these pieces of equipment you have to take apart by hand with simple tools. So as EMS providers, think about the care. If this person's still alive, especially a whole day, what type of medical care do you need to be thinking about? Is it a crush syndrome? Do they need IVs? Do they need blood? Do you need to call in a physician, possibly to do a field amputation because you can't get them out of the equipment? And once again, these things may be only accessible by a 4-wheel drive vehicle, or maybe you have to get another tractor with a wagon to transport your personnel, transport all your equipment to the scene. And I know everybody talks about air medical. Sometimes you cannot land a helicopter in these situations just because of location, the land terrain, etc. So you really need to think outside the box. And as I tell everybody with these, have plan A, B, and C, and then have plan D and E, because A, B, and C may fail, and you might have to go as far deep as D and E for your plans. So anhydrous ammonia, we see this being used a while ago. Very dangerous inhalation hazard, but what dangers do you see here? This is a big anhydrous tank. So that child riding on the tank. And as much as we'd like to think that that would not happen, it does happen. Those exposures to chemicals. So most of the anhydrous leaks that we have are failure of equipment, coupling when they're either filling the tanks or while they're using the anhydrous to put on the fields, you have equipment failure. And then the height from the ground. They fall off this tank. So, you think about it, that's being pulled either by a tractor or a pickup truck. She falls off. You see those big 2 wheels there. She ends up being run over underneath this tank. If the little girl falls off the tank and is clear of it, she's going to hit the ground. You're talking roughly about a 7-8 foot fall from the top of the tank. So those types of situations can turn into disaster really quick. Something that everybody thought was fun turns into a problem. So we talked a little bit about anhydrous. So it's plant fertilizer stored under pressure. Really has a sharp penetrating smell. The problem is lung irritation to severe respiratory injuries and ultimately death. When anhydrous is mixed with water, it develops an alkali that's really chemically burns the tissue. And when I say burns, it's like almost like a disintegration of tissue. The big thing is lung irritation or that severe respiratory injury. So on the lower left, you see that anhydrous plume. And if we all can go back to our hazmat awareness or hazmat whopper or whatever hazmat class we've taken, the rule of thumb. So not many EMS agencies that I know are carrying SCBAs on their ambulances. So if you're the ambulance that rolls in, this could be the simple call for a motor vehicle accident, no entrapment noted, unknown injuries. You may or may not have a fire department responding with you. And if you're in a rural area and you're a staffed EMS agency, you may be the first ones on scene versus fire, rescue, or even the police. We need to really reiterate to all our personnel, especially at this time of year, if you are in an agricultural area, about some of these dangers. Because if you get out of your ambulance and you walk into that plume of anhydrous ammonia cloud, the chances are you will end up dying. And there are some videos out there, some training videos of how bad this stuff is. And I cannot reiterate it enough, because right now, anhydrous is being used a little bit more this year than others, just because of the increase in cost of fertilizers and phosphates and different things, that potash that they're using for field. So it's problematic. Again, general chemical safety reminders. Again, getting back to use your hazmat training. Farm materials are often concentrated, so they're buying them in 55-gallon drums. They might have a pallet of it. And the problem is, I might only use 10 gallons out of a 20-gallon container. And rather than having that 20-gallon container sitting around taking up space, I'm going to take that chemical and put it in maybe 4 milk jugs. And I'm going to take a black marker and write on it. And eventually that'll fade away and we have no idea what's in it, or I forget what's in it. We see that all the time. We talk about information being in your ERG book, your orange book, or on MSD S sheets. Yeah, when this product was bought, that information was on those MSD sheets, but who knows where they're at. And again, if you have no idea what this material is, you have no idea how to treat your patient. Some of this material is seasonal. Everybody's heard about, Roundup and everything that Roundup problems it causes, and it's probably one of your most noted materials being used. And it's being used right now today. Guys are spraying their fields if they do no-till planting for corn, and depending on the concentration of that. Also, these chemicals, how they're stored. You may go to the farm for a fire call and the building's on fire. Majority of farms don't have their buildings marked with hazardous placard signs. And again, you might have a jug of something in one corner, a barrel of something in another corner, a pallet of dry chemical in another corner. And we all know in hazmat stuff, all this stuff separate may not be a problem. But if it gets mixed together or water gets on it or, airborne, we have a major problem. And as providers, we kind of leave our guard down, especially EMS providers. And I'll just say this, EMS providers usually aren't paying attention as much as I think they should. We have that situational awareness, and we talk about it, and most of them are worried about getting shot at or punched, and they're not thinking about all the other things that could be a hazard around those. So those common chemicals, those pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, rodicides, insecticides, fertilizers, veterinarian chemicals. So 2,4-D weed killer, that's used a lot, especially in hay production, because you can spray this on your hay fields, and the only thing it kills is your broadleaf weeds. Doesn't kill your grass or anything. Then when you look over, the MSD, what it's used for, storage and disposal, all those things, how are you going to care for it? And this is one of the things that I tell everybody, if you can get there and ask the person what they're using, what's the name of the chemical? And I'll go back to medicine. It's like EMS. We have hundreds and hundreds of medications out there that people are taking. EMS providers are able to administer, but what are the side effects? How do they work? What's their purpose? And it's no different than these common chemicals used in agriculture. How do they work? What's their purpose? What's their side effects? And then we can throw into that, if you have an exposure, how should this person be treated? And what are their signs and symptoms? So what's the dangers do you see here? So this is a grain cart. So these grain carts are pulled by a tractor out in the field when they're harvesting grain, whether it be corn or soybean. Depending on the size of these things hold tons and tons and tons of grain. And I equate these to a mini silo or a mini grain bin. There's a lot of problems to them. So looking at that, this guy is big about this. He's 500 yards out in the middle of the field. He's all by himself. He's up there trying to level the grain off with a shovel. So dangers, the height of it. You're talking about 12 foot from the ground to the top and standing on tons of grain. And we'll talk a little bit about grain entrapment here in a little bit. But if he's by himself and anything happens, it's not going to be a good outcome. So there's grain bin rescues, and there's been such a push on grain bin rescue over the last couple years. And I'll tell you what the push is. So with the grain prices fluctuating as much as they do, and if anybody looks at the commodity markets, you know, corn fluctuates from $3.50 a bushel up to $7.50 a bushel, and soybean fluctuates as much as that. So if you had a field of corn and you were under the time frame of trying to get it harvested, after you get it harvested, if you don't have no place to put it, you have to take it to market. And the market, especially at harvest time, prices seem to drop a little bit because there's such a surge of product out on the market. So you might only get a fraction of reimbursement for your grain as you could if you held on to it a while. So a lot of grain bins have gone up, and some of these are sophisticated systems. This picture here is a pretty sophisticated system with your transfer stations, your grain bins, your dryers, and everything else. Some farms have a couple of these small grain bins, you know, 40,000 bushel grain bins, and some other ones have a half a dozen of them. So that entrapment, that's partly submerged in the grain. So there's two terminologies here that you really need to make sure you understand. Entrapment, that means you have right at that moment a viable patient that's partially submerged in the grain. Engulfment, that means that they're completely submerged in the grain. Chances are that may become a recovery. For an adult, we'll take a normal 160, 180 pound male patient. Again, I say males because males are typically the ones that are becoming the statistics in agriculture. In less than 20 seconds, they will be fully immersed in grain. So think about that. You see that aerial truck in the center of the picture, it doesn't even go halfway up that grain bin. And in our geographic area of where we cover, we have a couple big grain bins that are 150 feet tall. Your average ladder truck in my area, the tallest one's 100 foot. So I'm about 50 foot short of getting to the top of the grain bin. If anybody goes in there and they get engulfed, takes less than 20 seconds. I don't think I need to explain to you what the outcome is. There's a decrease of oxygen. As you go into the grain, you end up having crush injuries from the grain. You have respiratory hazard, the dust, the pollen, the hazardous gases inside these grain bins. And then on top of it, if that grain bin is almost empty, in other words, you have about 10, 12 foot of grain at the bottom, you have the potential of getting entangled in the augers in the bottom of these grain bins. So in the grain bin, there's an auger system that pulls the grain out of the grain bin. So the grain goes into the top, fills it up. So when they start unloading these grain bins, they pull the grain from the bottom. There's an auger system. Some of these are 6 to 8 inches in diameter augers, kind of like those PTO shafts, except they're not moving as fast. But they pull the grain out into a hopper system that ends up loading up trucks. If you get caught in that auger system, it's like a meat grinder, and it's going to pull you right in. And it has no forgiveness. It will not stop. You will not stop it. The only way you're going to stop it is if somebody kills the power to your grain bin system and your augers. So how's it happen? You know, grain bins, they develop this crust. Again, they fill them from the top. They develop this crust, and you know, they're trying to unload the grain bin. Grain's not coming out. So somebody goes up. Again, we've done it for years. I don't have to put a harness on. I don't have to put a rope on. We'll just get up there with a shovel, a stick. We'll push the grain and everything and bust up this and get it moving. Problem is, there's a void. You know, it's like a crust, and there's an open space underneath it. It's kind of like walking out on ice. When that happens, they go straight down. So as you can see, in 5 seconds, you're up almost to your thighs. In 10 seconds, you're above your waist. In 15 seconds, you're at your armpits. And at 20 seconds to 25 seconds, you're under, completely submerged in head. This isn't a thing that you just walk up and pull somebody out. So what does it take to pull out a 165-pound person? So if you're up to your knees, and some people that think that they're Goliath and yeah, they work out at the gym, but it takes 170 pounds of energy force to pull somebody out if they're just up to their knees. If they're up to their waist, it takes 300 pounds. And if they're up to their neck, it's 625 pounds. I will tell you, we have a device that we use, and the 170 pounds, some people have been able to do it, but they've never been able to do it any more than that. The 300 pounds of pulling this person out of the grain will not happen. So that's why it's imperative that if you go into this grain bin, if it is a true entrapment, you need to stop and you need to have protective harness on or protective rigging so that you don't end up like your patient. So when we look at those operational considerations, there's some videos out there. There's one, it's a YouTube video that National Geographic did of a gentleman by the name of Eric Baker. He was entrapped in a grain bin. The only thing that actually he was engulfed in the grain bin. The only thing that saved him was that he had an avalanche mask on. So at his yard sale, because he had allergies and stuff, he bought an avalanche mask and he was wearing it, but he was engulfed. But when I talk about operational considerations, I want to think you think about your geographic area, your service area, how many responders you have, whether it be fire, EMS, or law enforcement. At some of these incidents, there's 120 to 150 people on the ground working these rescue events. This is an intense, in-depth operation, both rescue and medical care. And again, is it rescue versus recovery mission? And as it says, some of these things can last hours, and that's what we hope for, that they last hours, but some of them have lasted days. And this is where in your planning, you need contact specialty resources. Do you have a ropes team in your area? Do you have a confined space team in your area? Do you have an ag rescue type team that have specifically trained for these types of things? Your manufacturer of your grain bins, you know, a lot of these, and I'm just, you know, there's a lot of manufacturers out there, but whoever put this grain bin up, there's probably a big sign on it. And, you know, ours say Brock. And, you know, do you have the phone number, contact information for the dealer and the people that constructed your system, because they're going to be the experts of your system? And again, I cannot reiterate, this situation is very dangerous for responders and the patient. One bad decision can alter the outcome. And this is truly where incident command and working together as a team will direct the outcome of these calls. And if you have any grain bins, whether it's a singular grain bin in your area or multiple grain bins, I cannot stress to you enough that you should go talk to these people, take a tour, get an idea of things, of the lay of the land, because grain bin entrapment, grain bin engulfments are in the increase. Nationwide Insurance, as a lot of people know, gives out grain bins, rescue tubes to fire departments every year. We're part of their program. We help them do training. And there's a big push. Unfortunately, those grain bin rescue tubes are expensive and they only have limited sources. So In Pennsylvania, every year, there's only 2 or 3 of those grain bin tubes give out to people in areas. That's a piece of equipment you need to know if you have it, and if the people that have it know how to use it and how fast it can get there, because that's one piece of equipment. A grain bin rescue tube will help direct the mission of this call. Safety precautions, limited number of people in the bin. I say you need 3 people in the bin. So each one of these panels, depending on how big the bin is, you may have to do haul line with a rope. Some of the bigger bins have a spiral staircase that you can walk right up the staircase with your equipment. That's a luxury. And if you have a grain bin that has one of those spiral staircases on it, you need to thank the farmer and thank the guy that put it up, because those truly are a godsend. But 3 people in it, you need somebody that is medically trained. And again, somebody that's not afraid of heights, somebody that's not afraid of close environment. You're going to be limited lighting. So when you do these plans, do you have headlamps of some sort that you can put on your head, your helmet, whatever you have? Safety harnesses, you don't need anything fancy, some generic, safety harnesses, rope to get tied off. You need some matting to put down on the grain. A lot of people have thought outside the box. They use their plastic backboards, or if you take the orange colored plastic barrier that you use for fencing, you can unroll that, but something to give you a footprint so that you can step on it and you don't sink in the grain. But you need a medical person in this, oxygen, and you need to get an IV started. If you can get 1 IV started, great. If you can get 2, great. Fluids, don't overload them with your fluids. And oxygen is the big thing right away. Make sure that machinery that is unloading this bin, in other words, that auger system, is shut off, locked out, tagged out. Because you don't want the auger system to be running and pulling the grain down, because it's pulling the grain down. It's going to pull your patient down and pull you down as well. Make sure that the people have the minimum protective equipment. And again, this we take as common sense, but this is something we have to reiterate. Safety glasses, face mask of some sorts. You're not going to be able to wear an SCBA one of these grain bins. It's going to be too heavy, too bulky. But some type of a face mask, respiratory protection, a harness, an air monitoring device. And as you can see, that is a grain rescue tube, and they're pulling it out with a bucket. We're pretty fortunate with ours. We have an auger that runs by a drill. So what dangers do you see here? So you have people working cattle. They're going through a cattle chute, and this farmer's not really paying attention. So multiple animals, you got pinch points on your equipment, crushing injuries from the animal. And again, usually this is an intense type operation of moving these cattle, through the cattle chute, because they're being immunized, brand, what have you, doctored, weighed, and it's a fast-paced, chaotic event. And it only takes one of these 1,800-pound beef cattle to ruin your day. So that animal housing, again, have trained people there, or people that are used to working with these animals. Always have a way out, and again, that escape route. Look at where you're going. Look at how the gates open and close. Look at the doorways. Approaching the animal is a big thing. Don't come from the blind side, because these animals have acute hearing. Their ears are always swiveling. They may not see you, but they hear you. And I will tell you that you will not outrun the kick from a horse or a cow from the rear end of it. Understand animal, are they colorblind, sensitive to light changes, sensitive to loud sounds. And again, the maternal instincts changes their behavior. Couple things that are sensitive to light changes are swine. So if you go into a swine barn and all the lights are turned off, it's pretty quiet in there. You flick the light switch and the lights come on, you'll need earplugs. So again, getting to know these animals and how different things affect them. They are no different than we are. You know, light changes human behavior, loud sounds change our behavior, and those maternal instincts change our behavior. So actually think about some of your human counterparts and how they act, and not that we're calling them an animal, but it's the same thing. What dangers do you see here? This is a tractor pulling a auger to unload grain from a wagon or a truck into a small grain bin or feed bin. So you have those electric lines and unsteady equipment, and those augers are really unsteady. But the main thing is where we see a lot of problems is people forget to lower them. They're trying to pull them through their farm or down a road. And they come in contact with the electric line. And we all know how that works out. Machine storage. Okay, usually this equipment's separated from the animal housing. You got this stuff packed in there, and usually they put it in on how much they use it. So the stuff that's not used much gets put clear in the back. The stuff that gets used all the time is up front. Most of this equipment has fuel in it. Again, being conscientious of the height of this equipment, when you're moving it, the width of it. If you're in a building that has concrete floors or something, the floors can be slippery just by, a little bit of oil or chemicals. And, this is a Quonset hut. This is metal. It's kind of, limited airflow, so you get ventilation concerns. And again, this equipment is big and tight together. So if you're trying to move this and there's anybody with you, you need to make sure you know where they're at. Your visibility from atop this equipment to the ground is very poor, and your peripheral vision is going to be poor with this stuff as well. So we talk about manure pits, and there's some pretty horrific stories out there about dangers of manure pits. So again, don't rush in without the right gear, self-contained breathing apparatus, air monitoring devices, and harnesses and lifelines. And actually there should be signs posted, but I can tell you that a lot of places do not have signs. You have your 4 problems of manure storage: your methane, ammonia, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen sulfide, all from your manure pits. So these are real stories. Mennonite family die from deadly methane gas in farm manure pit. So it's methane's odorless, explosive, flammable, causes death by suffocation. It's light, so it's going to be near the top of the pit. Many examples of more than one person being affected. So what happens here is, why you say, well, how can a whole family die? One person goes into the pit, they don't come out. Another person goes in, they don't come out. And now it's the domino effect. That ammonia into, you're looking into this manure pit. This is a concrete pit. So sharp penetrating odors, heavier than air, and it irritates the eyes and respiratory tract. And then that carbon dioxide, again, it's odorless, heavy, it settles kind of to the bottom of the pit, cause that labored breathing, drowsiness, headache, and eventually suffocation. And hydrogen sulfide. So gas from manure pit kills 5 on a dairy farm. Father and son killed by pig manure pit fumes. So, again, it smells like rotten egg smell. Again, if you're around enough, your olfactory senses are kind of paralyzed. It's heavy, it settles to the bottom. And again, all these things cause dizziness, headache, nausea, and then a death in minutes. And at the bottom, Pennsylvania man and his 2 teenage sons found dead in a massive manure pit. A lot of people go, well, why do we have these manure pits? Well, with regulations, DEP and everything else, farmers have to be very conscientious of when they're putting their manure in their fields. Again, manure is, to build up the soil. So they store it. so that they can put it on their fields at the right time when the weather's permitting and everything else. They got to worry about water runoff and everything. And so these pits, they can be basically an earthen pit, or they can be a structure that looks like a grain bin or looks like some small silo. And, you know, again, these are very dangerous and people can get caught in them. Not only in those manure containing pits, but in some dairy barns, they have manure pits underneath the cow stanchions. So the manure is all scraped and it comes up to the end of the kind of the runway and goes into an underground pit. And a couple of these situations where animals were caught in a manure pit, people tried to go in and rescue the animal and ended up becoming a fatality. So you're not swimming in this, or I hope you would not elect to swim in it, but things do happen. And, you know, they should be fenced in. This guy has his fenced in pretty well. He has that, you know, heavy cattle fencing, but then you see those two top lines are high tensile, and some people even put like an electric line over to, if somebody decided they wanted to climb the fence, they understand that they shouldn't be climbing it. So we talk about components of situational awareness. You remember that perception, that awareness through your senses, what's going on around you. And that all should start when you're dispatched to these calls, your situational awareness. Comprehension, processing of the information. So if your dispatcher is giving you information, are you processing this information and are you forming a plan? And that anticipation, the projection of what is about to happen. So when you pull in, what you see, what you were told and what you see, are they together? And as you can see, this guy with his, you know, this is an old family tradition, you know, little kids riding on tractors, and I'm sure most of us have been on a tractor, whether it be a big tractor, little tractor, or a lawn tractor. Keep in mind, it's easier to bury a tradition than burying a child. And I can tell you in these situations, if that tractor starts rolling, both of those people are coming off that tractor and it's not going to be a good day. So how is this used and how much does it cost? So this is a case baler. Again, used seasonal, late spring, early summer, maybe into the early fall. So large round and square baler. So these cost between $56,000 and $70,000. And so, you know, most people are doing large bales of hay now just because of they're less labor intense. We don't need people to help us move small square bales or anything else, but those hay bales can weigh anywhere from 750 pounds to 2,000 pounds. They can either be large square or large round bales. So working together to create a pre-plan. I want to challenge each of you. If you are in a agricultural area, and most of us probably are, meet with your farm owners. Ask them to take a tour of their facility. Discuss safety measures and equipment that they may have in place. Post emergency contact numbers and train together. When I say work together, we all talk about we're a team. Well, we need to train as a team, because if you get called to a farm or an agricultural emergency, you'll need your team. You'll need your firefighters, your rescue personnel, your specialty people. You'll need law enforcement there. Think about behavioral health, because if this is a drawn out, intense rescue, you need to think about your providers that are on the ground and everything that they are struggling with. Maybe your Red Cross or Ladies Auxiliary from the fire department. So this is going to be no different than one of those natural disasters we've seen, whether it be flooding, hurricanes, or tornadoes. Emergency contact numbers. Equipment dealers, tractor, grain bin, hay baler, have numbers that are available 24/7, 365. Most of these equipment dealerships have some type of service trucks, specialty equipment. Your nearby farmers. They're the experts. They do this stuff every day too. Your technical rescue teams. And again, what are their capabilities? What equipment do they have? Your rope rescue teams. Are they high angle, low angle? What are their capabilities? And extra equipment. So as you see, these guys have been at a grain bin and they're starting to unload grain. So our neighboring farm has 170,000 bushel grain bin. If it's full and we need to unload it, I need a lot of triaxle trucks to get this grain moved. I need skid steers. I need excavators to get this grain moved. Because once it starts flowing, you don't stop it. It's kind of like water and you break the dam, it's hard to plug the hole again. So those are the things that you need to have in plan. Those dispatch questions, anybody that's a dispatcher, these are the questions that you need to ask. I understand, you know, there's EMD protocols and things, but kind of thinking outside the box. And those that are responding on the call need to ask questions and be very clear on the information you're provided. So what's the location of the patient? What's the best access point? Will somebody be at the entrance to meet us? What's the type of call? You know, this might come in as a vehicle accident on a farm. And if it comes in as a vehicle accident on a farm, you should be thinking, what kind of vehicle? Or it might be an animal. Location of farm maps, if necessary. And again, when you're meeting with your farm families, ask them if they have maps. And then the number of patients you potentially have, because this is going to dictate how much resources you need. That scene safety and size up, identifying the mechanism of injury, the nature of the injury or incident, identify the potential dangers. So for yourself, your partner, bystanders, patients, obtain situational history, begin to set up ICS. I cannot reiterate. And in these situations, you need incident command set up immediately. Identify the impact of the environment on care. And I can tell you this picture here of a fire, you're not going to stop the farm family members or their neighbors from trying to get cattle out of that barn. They're going to run in, they're going to try to get their cattle out, what have you. They're going to try to protect what they can protect. This is their livelihood. If this is gone, they're gone. So how is this used and how much does it cost? So it's a John Deere combine, harvests corn, soybean, wheat, oats, 625 horsepower. The grain bin holds 410 bushels of grain. It weighs 30,170 pounds, so 15 ton. It's 12 feet from the ground to the cab. And it's just a mere $826,386 if you buy it today. If you look at that head, that is a corn head on that. You can also put a grain head on it. When those heads are on those heads are anywhere from 30 to 40 feet in width. Not a very big cab. Again, if the person has a medical emergency in it, you're gonna have a problem getting them out. This is not going to be your normal extrication of bringing somebody down from the second floor in a stair chair. Mutual aid, again, equipment, trained teams, that manpower, knowledge, specific personnel, farm apparatus, vet, tractor mechanics, other farmers, ICS. Again, knowing what your resources are. And you need to know what your resources are before you get this call. So if you don't have an idea of what your resources are in your area, today's the day to start planning that. Again, entrance and egress routes. Just because you see a roadway going across the field doesn't mean that you can take your equipment across that roadway. I've actually seen a fire truck try to go across the farm roadway and ended up nose deep into a big ditch because of water washout and everything. So it's not good. EMS providers, your patient care and assessment. And again, team effort here. Your general impression level consciousness ABCs, primary assessment, your priority, patient history, getting a secondary assessment and destination facility. Again, you may have to be working in the mud, the rain, the wind, the heat, or upside down to take care of your patient. Again, your extrication, is this a disentanglement? What equipment do you need? Extrication route, extrication equipment, transport mode, and transport destination. Do you have specialty rescue equipment available for you? If you do, get it on the road. It's easier to cancel it than get to the scene and realize that you need it and you don't have it and it's not on the road. And then at termination of call, accountability of all responders. You need to make sure that we all go home. Collection of all your equipment, debriefing after the call and follow-up. And again, these can be intense. These are going to be your neighbors. These may be your friends. So we need to think about that, the SISMs teams, mental behavioral health folks, for getting them involved and making sure that everybody does go home and we're all okay. So what can you do to wrap this up? Remember, agriculture emergencies are unique. They are not your motor vehicle accident, and they're not your chest pain calls. Know that various things will challenge you and that you're gonna have to be able to adapt and overcome. Take additional classes specific to agricultural. Collaborate with other agencies for the unknown. Identify the strengths and weaknesses with these agencies. Identify special resources that are available. And above all, as I said, contact your neighbors who are farming or in agricultural related businesses. When we talk about agriculture related businesses, your Rural King, your Tractor Supply, your Agway, the places that sell products to farming, your implement dealerships. You know, your implement dealerships, go take a tour of their operation, ask some questions about the equipment. And above all, stay safe. And thank you for what you do day in and day out to protect your communities. And my information is there for contact information. If you have any questions about agricultural rescue classes that we do or sponsor, feel free to contact me. And God bless and have a good day.
Okay, thank you, Doug. We really appreciate your time today. I know I learned a ton, and I'm not even an EMT, so that was really beneficial information. We are now going to take our first 5-minute break, and so go and stretch and get a drink of water and do what you need to do, and we'll see you back here in 5 minutes. Welcome back. Time to settle back in. Next up, we have Scott Gross, the Quality Improvement Manager at EmergyCare. He is going to share with us part 1 of 2 of the PA Department of Health BLS protocol number 801. Part 2 will occur after the second break.
Inclusion criteria for this protocol is a patient with psychiatric or behavioral disorder who is at imminent risk of self-injury or is a threat to others. The first you're going to want to do is ensure scene safety, just as you would any other call. However, this is especially important for this type of patient because they can be very unpredictable. You may want to request law enforcement secure the scene prior to your arrival. Once upon arrival, if the patient is violent or produces a weapon, withdraw immediately to a safe space and allow law enforcement to resecure the scene. Once you make patient contact, make sure you have a determined route of egress. But at the same time, do not block the patient's route of egress. Now, there are some additional underlying factors that can cause this type of behavior. They include alcohol or drug intoxication, hypoglycemia, stroke, a patient that is postictal after seizure, or even head trauma. If any of these are present, secure your patient's safety and treat as necessary. You're going to want to calm your patient using de-escalation techniques. Use a direct but empathetic and calm voice. Do not raise your voice. Present clear limits and options. Respect their personal space. Avoid standing too close to your patient. Avoid direct eye contact because this can be construed as being aggressive or even challenging. And avoid a confrontational posture. Try to avoid to stand with your arms crossed or standing with your hands on your hips. We do have the option of the use of physical restraints in the following circumstances. If the patient is a threat to himself or herself, patient is a threat to others, or the patient remains excessively agitated but needs treated for possible life-threatening illness, and this is important, and lacks decision-making ability. If the patient is lucid, if they are alert to present circumstance, time and place, and event, they still have the right to refuse. The restraint process is as follows. You're going to want to contact medical command if possible. Use soft restraints only, no handcuffs. This includes padded leather restraints in that you can use them, but they must be padded. You're going to want to use the minimal amount of restraint necessary. Restrain all 4 extremities. And note that a board or even a stretcher strap across the patient's knees is typically effective to restrain both legs. You're going to want to regularly assess for neurovascular compromise by assessing distal pulse, motor, and sensation. And if the patient continues to struggle violently against restraints, call for ALS as available and apply high-flow oxygen via non-rebreather to treat for possible hypoxia.
Okay, joining us next is Brian Fulgraff. He is the Community Health Program Coordinator at REMSA in Reno, Nevada. He is a paramedic and EMS educator with over 20 years experience in EMS. He is currently completing a Master of Public Health degree at the University of Nevada, Reno. And today, Brian will cover pediatric pearls and pitfalls. Welcome, Brian.
So good morning. How's everybody doing? going to take me just one moment here to get my screen sharing. Everybody hear me okay?
We got you, Brian.
Perfect. Okay, I was a little worried about it there for a sec, but I got it. Okay. Oops. I apologize here. Just one second. One just came up there. All right, you should have that now. All right, everybody got that PowerPoint up? I included that for you. It's Lake Tahoe. I know, there's the lake thing with some of you folks in Erie, so I wanted to just show you. We all seem to have one here. We'll get started this morning. I wanted to talk. I called the lecture "Hot Potatoes: Pre-Hospital Pediatric Care" for two reasons primarily. The first is that I want to drive this discussion around some topics that are maybe at the front edge of the conversation, that are some of those debatable things. And the other is that in any lecture, you really start kind of doing some Google searching, and you start looking for more research for topics. And in part of that, I stumbled across this gem here, which apparently is a food truck in Erie. I didn't know that, but I thought tater and fa la 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 potato was a good follow in and a good lead in on a morning for a lecture. So that's another picture of me in case you can't see me. I did just actually complete that master's in public health, and then I've won in healthcare innovation as well. And I spent most of my time, most of my career as a paramedic. I still work full time in the field as a ground paramedic. Also spent some time flying, and for anyone that recognizes me, spent some time with the UPMC Prehospital Care Department way back in the before time with Mr. Basnak. I have no disclosures, no financial interests from anything that I may lecture or mention during the lecture. We do want to go a couple of places. We want to talk about first just the epidemiology of pediatric emergencies. How often does it happen? How often do we see them? How bad are they? Why do these kids call? I want to talk about something called survival calculations that can help us kind of calm and coordinate and pregame our actions. And then what are the things that we can do? What are these topics that are coming up about different best practices to manage pediatric out-of-hospital cardiac arrests? What kind of things happen during that management that are threatening to the patient's safety? How can we analyze and address those things? And then just some best practices to take care of the other people involved, be it family members or caregivers, to include yourself, the caregiver. So first, just a little bit of epidemiology. How often do these things happen? These are my two kids here. And you probably feel this. So most calls are not pediatric calls. I don't think that's exciting or earth-shattering to anyone. It's actually about 9 to 13% of all EMS calls. And about 1% of those total calls are, and you just kind of air quotes, critical pediatric patients. And a lot of times in research, we define those as patients that required a code 3 transport or code 3 response. And people kind of use different tools here as we go. So that sounds good. We know it's not a lot. We know it's not critical very often. So we can all be thankful for that. But what is it? Who do we see and why are these kids calling? And we're going to talk a lot about specific age groups, and particularly when we talk about threats to patient safety, we're going to talk about those kids that are less than 1 year of age. And if we just follow the age breakdown, when you're looking at the priority calls by age, so these are the code 3 responses. Where do those happen when they're cardiac arrest? And you think, oh, wow, I see bigger numbers over here on the left in that neonatal group that, 0 to 28 days, there were 5. And then in that 1 month to 11 month group, there were 18. And that number may not seem huge compared to the rest until you notice that 5 in the neonatal window is a lifespan of 28 days. And that 1 in the 6 to 11 window is a lifespan of 5 years. So significant differences. And the other group that I would call your attention to, the rest of them, now they kind of follow suit as expected, right? Where do we see respiratory issues? Well, we see a lot that are young that are associated with cardiac arrest. And then we see this whole big uptick of respiratory problems when we're 12 months to 5 years. And we're talking about things like RSV and snotty nosed little kids. I think that's a medical one. All of those common bronchiolitis, pediatric type respiratory events. And then you get a little more older and a little more mobile through that 1 year to 5 year, or 1 year to 11 year period. And then you get a little bit dumber from that 12 year to 18 year period. And that's where we saw a huge shift from cardiac arrest to respiratory to trauma. And the kids that we're going to talk about are going to be primarily respiratory distress, but overwhelmingly cardiac arrest. So we're going to speak through the rest of the lecture, mostly on that age group. We'll talk about everybody sometimes, and I'll point that out, but generally we're going to speak about these kids that are 5 and less. So we've all been in the front of an ambulance. We've all heard that call. We're going to respond for a 2-year-old unknown if breathing. Right. And we think, okay, we've got to think this out. We've got to plan. Our nervousness, our anxiety, everything just kind of pinged out off the charts. You're the crew chief. You need to control and command this scene. What kind of things do you want to do? And for years, I relied on something that I call the survival calculations. Now, what I do not want anyone to try and do is to memorize the equations. Okay, they're just good things to write down. They're small and short that, wow, dating. Way back in the before time, I carried a calculator at work and I taped these to the back of the calculator. So if you use a notebook or you use a note on your phone or whatever it is, they're just an easy thing to write down. Don't try and memorize it, and never take a WAG. If you've never heard that before, anybody that's not familiar with a WAG, that is the official definition for a wild ass guess. We don't want to do that, right? So I've got some simple facts. Dispatch told me that this patient is 2 years old. And I want to build everything around the age because that's the fact that I know, right? So if I say, okay, the patient is 2 years old, a lot of my drug doses, it's all going to depend on the patient weight. So I want to pregame a little bit. What do I think that patient weight's going to be? And I apologize here. This is actually a typo. I can just take 2 times their age plus 8 to 10. So that 2-year-old is going to be 2 times their age. So 4 plus 8 to 10. And that's their weight in kilos. So I expect them to be in a range of 12 to 14 kilograms. Their endotracheal tube size is just their age plus 16 divided by 4. That's a pretty common one. So 18 divided by 4 is 4.5. So I would expect that to be a 4.5 endotracheal tube if we're talking about an uncuffed tube. I need to know how far to push that tube in. So I want to know the tube depth. So it's just their age plus 10. So now I'm going to put a 4.5 endotracheal tube at a depth of 14 in a kid that should weigh, anybody remember? I think I just forgot. 12, what did I say he was? 2 years old. So 2 times his age, 4, so 12 to 14 kilos. If he's 12 to 14 kilos, I can do his epidose, right? So I would just say, let's call him 12. He's 12 kilos times 0.1, so 1.2, and you'll notice that's volume based. So I'm going to give 1.2 milliliters of 1 to 10,000 or 1 milligram and 10 milliliters of epinephrine. I take that information, I write it on a big thick piece of tape on a Sharpie, and I stick it to my leg. You can do whatever you want to with it. Don't try and remember it. You're going to forget. And if I have that information and I think about what is the worst pediatric call I've ever been on, what are the things that you need to do right now to settle it down? You need to posture that you're in charge. This is my call. I'm managing it. And I'm showing you that because I've got the information. I'm the one that's prepared. I'm calm, cool, and collected. Because no matter how bad it is, if I know how big of a tube to put in, how far to put the tube in, and how much epi to give, as an ALS provider, I can buy time. I can think about what I'm doing next. And I can come in with that information, with a plan. So I'm on the way there still. I'm thinking about other things, right? What do I need to be aware of here? Well, I want to think about, am I at a system where I co-respond with PD? Because I want to be aware of signs of abuse. And what might those things look like? Well, it may be the nature in the home or the demeanor of the people involved, or items that were left out in the house, or something that you saw in the home that matched the injury pattern, right? That kind of stuff. You have a unique invitation to the patient and an intimate relation during that call that you're the one positioned to see it. So we want to be aware of it. If PD automatically co-responds to pediatric calls, that's wonderful. It's one more thing that you don't have to be as acutely aware of, but we still want you to notice it. Scene safety in all calls is a dynamic threat. There might be some things here that are a little bit unique, right? We have a heightened emotional response of a caregiver, or we may have a unpredictable behavior response of a caregiver that was also the abuser, that may decide to turn, that went from, hey, why don't you check this kid out, to, hey, maybe you're checking this kid out too much, right? And it became a little bit threatening. Or if anybody ever had a pet or worked on a scene with a pet that was feeling particularly protective. These are young, vulnerable children. It's more likely for that animal to attack. And then the other thing, and this goes hand in hand with survival calculations. This is the key to control the chaos, is think about who's going to show up and how am I going to use these people? How am I going to deploy the team, right? What are my task assignments? Everybody on your team wants to do the absolute best thing for this patient, full stop. They all might have a different plan. They all might have a different idea of how to get there. And that discoordination leads to inefficiencies, leads to poor outcomes. So when I want to establish myself as the leader, what I do is I tell everyone what to do, right? I do it politely. I do it for a reason, but I give everyone a task. But keep in mind, everyone is nervous. So what other people want is for you to give them a very clear, very specific task that they can zero in on. So what I want to do is say things like, Tom, I want you to go start BVM ventilations. That's better than saying, Tom, you're in charge of the airway, right? Because now I don't know what Tom's doing. And it put a little more pressure on Tom because he just became the airway guy. Maybe that's not what he wanted. Maybe that's not his strength and I don't know him that well. Maybe he's not of a provider level that I want to empower him with the full task of airway management. So I want to think out, then the task load becomes important if we think about the system that I'm in and who responds, right? I'm a traditional East Coast, Pittsburgh area provider. So I'm used to EMS designs that are a paramedic and an EMT basic, and the two of you go to a call and you figure it out. And then I moved to Reno at the end of 2018, and I now work in a EMS-driven fire-based system. So the EMS provider is the medical authority, and I have my partner who's usually an advanced EMT, and then the fire department's going to show up, and they're going to have one or two paramedics and another advanced EMT. So I know that my crew strength here is 5. That's the number of people that I have to engage. If you know that your crew strength is 2, or it's you, your partner, and there's a supervisor coming or a second unit, I can guess, right? So as I'm going, I'm starting to think, who's here? How do I use them? How do I control the chaos? We want to do the best thing. So we want to improve the odds. The odds that we're talking about here are the odds of ROSC. If I want to get this pediatric cardiac arrest patient, if I want them to have an improved outcome, and outcome now, we're talking really about 30-day survival. That's the outcome that matters. We care less and less about ROSC, right? But we're still going to measure this. So what kind of thing gives you better odds? Well, if I give epinephrine to a patient, the odds ratio, right, that kind of how likely it is, how much more likely it is that patient gets ROSC goes up about 75 times. Bystander CPR increases the likelihood of ROSC almost 13 times. Age is predictive of ROSC. The younger, the better. Or I'm sorry, the younger the worse, but particularly for those less than 1 year of age. So the younger you are, the less likely you are to achieve ROSC. And then the last one, or I'm sorry, AED placement, also kind of a low level effect. And it wasn't about AED use, it was simply someone that was engaged in the resuscitation enough to go get the AED, bring it back, put it on the patient, usually in tandem with bystander CPR. Time from collapse to EMS arrival is also predictive. And while we're thinking of what's the outcome that matters, right? Is it ROSC? And we start to say, no. The outcome that really matters is, does this patient leave the hospital? And or, we kind of say this differently sometimes, is the patient alive at 30 days, what we call 30-day survival? So the only one of these things that increased the likelihood that someone was going to walk out of the hospital may not be the one you think it is. The only one that mattered is how close you are in the big box with wheels. It was the only statistically significant variable that correlated with hospital discharge, or statistically significantly correlated, and also clinically. When they did the numbers and you look at this, you would say that for every minute from collapse to ambulance arrival on scene, and we could really even correlate that and stretch it out to arrival at patient side, results in a 5% decrease in the likelihood of achieving ROSC, which is bad, and a 12% decrease in the odds of survival to discharge, which is worse. So then you have to step back and say, well, how can we improve response times? And if you thought drive faster or buy faster ambulances, skip that one to the next answer that you thought. We don't want to do anything that compromises your safety. So what kind of things can we do that are pretty straightforward and would also get us there quicker? And one of the common places that we make mistakes is, how did we as the provider prepare and be ready and make our readiness for the call, right? Are we set up to be at work today? Are we set up to perform effectively and efficiently so that we can have good response times? Are our brains working so that we can route the right way? We have all made mistakes going to a call, right? But this is showtime. And we want to make sure that we're taking the best route to the best place because we're familiar with our area. We know about road closures and traffic conditions, and we use that knowledge to our advantage. Our leadership teams and our management teams have thought through deployment models or deployment strategies. Some people like fixed service. Some people like system status management. It depends on the number of resources, the expansiveness of your response area, the beliefs and commitment of your leadership team, what that deployment model might look like. But we also review and reflect on whether or not that model is effective. And if it's not effective, we have to be willing to face hard facts and make necessary changes. The other piece of this too, the final piece of this, to my mind, is a readiness factor that is in most systems primarily placed on the crew. So we have, and I would think you have, pretty much every place I've ever been has some type of special pediatric setup, whether that's a pediatric bag or different pediatric roles. All of those things work in many, many, many systems. And myself at REMSA, we have a full-time logistics team. So we don't even check or stock our own ambulances. We come back, somebody does that at the end of our shift. We come in for work, we jump back in and we go again. And at the end of the day, they repeat that. But if that was what I did every day, and that pediatric bag is sealed and checked once a month, or it's managed by a logistics team and I don't ever open it, how familiar am I and how ready is that equipment? I know what I think is there, right? But I don't know that it's there because I've never looked at it. So our readiness, our equipment readiness, these are all things that can improve that response time, decrease the time from collapse to your arrival, and improve the odds that patient survives to hospital discharge. So in one of these settings, how we get there truly matters. And that's maybe not true in a lot of EMS responses. We see less and less emphasis on or more and more emphasis on non-emergent response. Understand that minimal time saving doesn't typically matter. In this case, that's a pretty different situation. So we're on the way. Crew's going. We've got our survival calculations. We've thought it through. We've done task assignments. We've positioned ourselves to be ready, to be the leader, to maximize the patient's chance of a good outcome. Now we got there. We want to think about, how do we assess? What does this look like? And I'm going to go through this part pretty quick because this is just PALS. So if you've ever taken a PALS course or a Paris course, or really any kind of pediatric assessment course, someone at some point in your life has mentioned the pediatric assessment triangle. And the pediatric assessment triangle is wonderful. It helps us decide how sick somebody is and how emergently we need to intervene in that care. And you can do most of it from 5 feet away without ever touching the kid. So we start with just, how do they appear? How do they look? And if I am 5 feet away and I'm looking at someone, pediatric patient, adult patient, doesn't matter, I can see a certain number of things about them, right? I can see their muscle tone. I can see their behavior, their interaction, their engagement with their surroundings. I can see their gaze. When we're talking about children, we think about their consolability. How responsive are they to their caregiver? And then I switch over and I say, okay, let's look at their work of breathing. And your biggest tell in work of breathing is, what does it sound like? And I can hear that from 5 feet away, right? If I hear stridorous sounds, what are usually on inspiration, they're that high-pitched whistling sound. Stridor tells me that that's probably an upper airway compromise. And I learned that without ever getting to the patient. Wheezing, typically an expiratory sound that sounds like wheezing, usually points towards the lower airway and lower airway disorders. So things like bronchiolitis, things like asthma generate wheezing because of the constriction and accumulation of mucus in the lower airways. Grunting respirations are also particularly concerning. It's increased expiratory resistance or forced expiration. So this patient is working to breathe on all sides. It's hard to pull air in, it's hard to push air out. They're recruiting muscles for everything. How's the patient positioned? You know, are they lax and sitting back? Or are they upright and rigid in a tripod position? Tripod positions are really fixed. We do it for a reason, right? If I come forward a little bit and I sit up tall, what I'm doing is creating a body position that my diaphragm will move down, right? My giant muscle pulls down because that's what pulls air in. And in this position, it can do it with less resistance. Other positions we don't typically notice so much unless we're talking about like older patients. They say, well, when I lay down, it's hard to breathe. And that could be two reasons, right? There could be fluid there, but lying down is also harder to move your diaphragm. So both of those things, that positioning, those sounds, the presence of other muscle use, right? So are they retracting? Are their muscles pulling so hard it's pulling their skin in around their ribs? They have nasal flaring because they're trying to create bigger spaces in which they can pull air in with less resistance, right? All of these things are about doing less work, spending less energy to get oxygen. But you're also in an oxygen deficit, so you're going to be tachypnic. You're going to be breathing faster, right? So it's noisy. You're in a purposeful position. I see the extra muscle use. I see you doing things to decrease air resistance, and I see you breathing hard. You have a significantly increased work of breathing. If I'm talking about your circulation, it really is as easy as, how do your pulses feel and what's your skin color? Are you pale? Are you mottled? Are you cyanotic? Do you have weak or absent peripheral pulses and really strong core pulses, right? So when I start to get a little bit touchy, I can get a better idea of circulation to the skin. But just from 5 feet away, skin color, muscle tone, work of breathing, right? I know a lot about your mentation and whether or not you seem to have a respiratory or a cardiac problem or both. And this also comes from PALS, this idea of evaluate, identify, and intervene. If you're older, it used to be assess, categorize, decide, and act. And what PALS was talking about was doing cyclic repetitive assessments. So when I met a sick child and I applied a PALS algorithm, I would look at them, I would use the pediatric assessment triangle, and I would say, oh, they're either sick or they're not, right? They either look really bad, they have a poor appearance and a huge work of breathing and they're sick, or they have a poor appearance in flaccid muscle tone and pale skin and they look a little bit cyanotic and they're sick, or they're not, right? The kid's sitting upright, he's got a fever, he's a snotty-nosed kid, he's not working hard to breathe, his skin color is still good, he's a little bit hot to touch, maybe he's febrile, he's not sick. So we apply that as level 1. And then we can evaluate a little more, right? We can do another assessment. And this time, if we evaluate, we do a physical exam, we do some vital signs, we've got some lung sounds, we touch the kid, we learn some things with our hands, some tactile engagement. And now we think, oh, okay, and in PALS, we follow this through, you were sick or not, you were in respiratory or shock compromise. If you're in respiratory, and you don't have to remember this, by the way, we're just going quick review. If you're in respiratory, it's either failure or distress. And then we figure out of which flavor. Is it upper airway, lower airway, parenchymal tissue disorder, or disordered control of breathing? And I would pick the appropriate management. On the shock side, I wouldn't say, are you in failure or distress? I say, is it compensated or hypotensive, right? I learned that from looking up your minimal accepted systolic pressure, or writing down on my card that it's 70 plus 2 times their age. So I can get that information, compensated or hypotensive. Then I want to think, okay, what shock syndrome is it? Is it hypovolemic shock? Have they had a bunch of metabolic loss or a bunch of blood loss? Is it obstructive shock? Things like pericardial tamponade and tension pneumothorax. Is it a cardiogenic shock? Or is it due to some underlying congenital anomaly or some acute dysrhythmia? Or is it a distributive shock? Things like sepsis and anaphylaxis and neurogenic, where the vasculature is large. There hasn't been any change to the fluid volume. It's just that in all of those, the vasculature is dilated. So people are in a relative hypovolemia, also a shock state. So we want to do that. But to get through that, we might need some tips, right? If this patient is 2 years old, you might be thinking, great, I don't like kids. I don't want kids. I don't want to talk to kids. I don't know anything about these people. So what kind of things can I do that can make the assessment better? Or just things that are kind of common mistakes. And the first one is, I would say, is if you're going to do this evaluate, identify, intervene thing, remember, this doesn't really fly. And some of these assessment tools, or rather the assessment tools, don't really fly in critically ill patients or in trauma patients. So we think of things like, okay, really build that rapport and start with their toes and do minimally invasive things first. If you fall out of a window, get hit by a car, or in cardiac arrest, we don't do those things, right? It's showtime. I have to get in. I have a more rigorous process to follow. But in the 99% of kids that are stable, that we really want to involve the caregivers wherever we can. And we should actually do that. And I know it's a little more controversial, but even during resuscitation, the presence of caregivers can be therapeutic. And once you have the confidence to say, I got this, you mind a lot less if they're there. Be observant. I don't mean observant of the scene. I don't even mean observant of your partner or your care team. I mean the patient. Is the patient's skin signs changing? Is their work of breathing changing? If we just keep observing the pediatric assessment triangle, we will catch the change in the patient. Yes, children have a lower means to compensate. Yes, we could do a better job of recognizing early compensation rather than throwing our hands up and say, we missed it, they crashed, right? Constant reassessment of the pediatric assessment triangle. Do not lie to kids. They're going to get their reaction from your reaction. So be calm, be collected, be prepared, be honest. Don't say things like, it won't hurt, because sometimes it hurts. Don't oversell it. You're not trying to make the pain sound terrible, but be honest with the child about what the expectation is. Don't tell them it's going to hurt when you do that IV, and then go to the airway seat and get some IV equipment ready, right? And let them stew on it and panic and, vagal down, because they're nervous and you created space for anxiety. In infants or individuals that are still of thumb sucking age, be aware that that's their dominant hand. So we ask adults a lot of times, hey, we're going to put an IV in. Are you right-handed, left-handed, right? Because it's inconvenient. It's still inconvenient, even if you don't really have anything important to do with your hands. So that your thumb sucking hand is dominant. You should try and avoid that. Obviously, do the least invasive things first. Start small, build trust, build rapport, use distraction techniques. You have to update them over time. My go-to distraction technique for a long time was that I knew who lived in a pineapple under the sea. Absorbent and porous and yellow sea. If nautical nonsense be something you wish, right? I learned the song and I knew to drop on the deck and flop like a fish because it built rapport with my patient. If you aren't doing, I suggest maybe you try at least one time, download some games, download some movies to your phone, hand it off. It's a fantastic tool. Some companies provide ambulances for that reason. Way back in the before time at Southwest Ambulance 2 decades ago, we built a whole ambulance and put a TV and an Xbox in it, called it the Kidulance. It was actually pretty cool. But the idea was that if you decrease the stress, decrease the anxiety, create a safe, comfortable care environment, you can build rapport and get better outcomes. So we did our assessment. We've got a whole thing going on. We know which disease state we're in. We know what our care plan was going to be. Anybody ever stopped for a minute and thought, we need to go to like a specialty children's hospital, or can I go to the smaller hospital that doesn't really have a peds floor and they definitely don't have a peds ICU? And it's taken a really long time, and that is George. And which way do we go, George? Because that decision has been largely unguided. So there is a group, they released something called the consensus criteria that is meant to assist emergency department physicians in deciding who can stay at the outlying hospital and who needs to get transferred to dedicated pediatric centers. The team was made up of 11 individuals. They represented both pediatric emergency care and EMS backgrounds. And what they did is a modified Delphi survey where they have to reach consensus agreement to keep something on the list. And all of the 13 criteria that survived have at least 80% agreement amongst the 11 experts. The intent, their intent, because when you read it, it seems like we've got some crazy things on here, right? ICU admission, interventional radiology or surgery. I don't run into that one too much. Those are things that really don't apply to me. But this framework was meant to be the basis for an EMS pediatric patient navigation guideline. And really what you're looking at is something that you can apply almost without exclusion right now, right? We know if airway management, CPR, electrical therapy, PALS medications, respiratory assistance, we know if those things are happening. We don't carry two different classes of seizures necessarily, unless you're in a place that's doing like a benzo and ketamine, you would think of as a dissociative, so that's a second class. But in most places, that's probably not applicable. IV antibiotics, maybe we're not doing, but applying sepsis criteria for suspected sepsis patients, we certainly are. So I would count that one as well. We can readily identify by collecting an HPI, whether a patient's immunocompromised or previously had cardiac surgery. And we will know the moment we meet the child, whether they are tech dependent and tech assisted. And those types of patients should go, when practical and when possible, to the initial treating center. Those patients that are receiving care for extremities, so I apologize, that was the immunocompromised, cardiac surgery, and tech assisted, should really go to those treating and implanting centers. The rest of them should go to our closest hospital with a pediatric ICU, right? Someone that can manage that patient through the duration of care and provide better specialty services just through the number of reps and through pure iteration and exposure. And that resource is valuable. So I want to talk gears a little bit and talk about patient safety, but I don't mean, I mean that specifically really in the domain of care. So we had walked through the dispatch and then we walked through the assessment, and think of this as the walkthrough of the treatment and transport, but without really reviewing treatment and transport. Because what we want to talk about are these things that we call it UNSEMs. I didn't name it. I don't know who did. It's a little bit wordy. Unintended injury, near miss, suboptimal action, error, or management complication. Sounds like it includes a lot of pretty crazy stuff. But it was a retrospective chart review of code 3 transports. So that was our snag this time for critical patient, is a code 3 transport from 2009 to 2011 for patients less than 18 years of age. And what they did is, you're going to look at here as we get to the bottom, is a little bit of odds ratio, and I'll come back and explain that stuff. But they reviewed all of these charts, and you can see it was 378. And 265 of those charts, 70.1%, contained at least one UNSEM. There are a lot of errors, suboptimal outcomes, and patient-threatening consequences that occur in pediatric patients, all comers less than 18 years old. Take that, right? Take an error rate of 32.8%, or a potentially unsafe delivery, in this case of 23.3%. Zero that into patients that are just in that 29 days to 11 month period. Heightened window of, or one of the two heightened windows of cardiac arrest calls. And that odds ratio goes up to 3.3. The odds ratio is the increased likelihood. So it's 3 times more likely, over 3 times more likely, to make an error in that patient versus that whole population of one, versus the whole remaining population of 1 to 17. In instances where you're doing resuscitation, CPR, advanced airway skills, 3 times more likely to make an error. So we start to understand when and where and why it's happening, right? Less than 1 during resuscitation. Cardiopulmonary arrests are 8.5% of total cases. So if we just zeroed in there, right, it's a 10th nearly of total cases and over a 1/3 of severe consequences. And then the burden on that neonatal group is even higher than the burden of errors in that 29 to 11 month group. So it just stresses, again, kind of over and over, where the errors occur. And if we know where they occur, then we can work on designing systems to address them, right? So you've got your dumpster and you're trying to prevent it from becoming a dumpster fire. Now, I don't know that that can be done in the photo, but with critical children, if we think about the who, the where, and the when, we can prevent that dumpster fire from occurring. The errors that occur on a scene have a cascade effect that are detrimental in numerous ways. So as soon as I make an error, I'm the provider and things are going wrong. I've got the wrong equipment size, or I've got the wrong drug dose, any of those things, I'm not going to get the outcome that I expected. And if I don't get the outcome that I expect, it increases my emotional stress in a situation that is already incredibly emotionally stressful. My emotional stress is going to get passed on to my crew, most likely, because I'm a human. And if I'm stressed, I'm losing my calm, confident posture as team leader. My crew's becoming stressed. People are losing direction. I'm focused a lot on what's going on, the mistake, trying to figure it out. Why am I not getting the outcome I want? My crew's losing their task assignment, or they've completed a task and have nowhere to go. Now they're feeling maybe a little bit useless, and everybody is spiraling. So how do we navigate that, right? How do we overcome some of these problems, some of these errors, now that we know where they are? Well, one of the first things is we have to practice good communication. Communication between the team members, between you and the patient, between you and the caregivers, and between your team and you and the hospital staff should always be complete, timely, and efficient. If we're complete, timely, and efficient, we can reduce errors. We can improve continuity of care. We can improve patient and caregiver satisfaction. We can improve the harmony, efficiency, and delivery of care from the care team. Everything gets better, right? So we always think, is it complete? Is it timely? Is it efficient? Because they looked at this. The Joint Commission went into the hospital. They look at handoff communication between pre-hospital providers and in-hospital providers, and between department to department within the hospital. And they said, oh, hey, there's one. And they said, you know, how often does a communication breakdown contribute to a medical error? That occurs 80% of the time. 80% of medical errors are thought to arise from some degree of miscommunication. Now, if we apply that back to what we were talking about, we were looking at some of these errors are medication error driven, that have severe consequences, or it's the wrong equipment size. Do you as a team member consistently verify, this is the equipment I think it is, this is how I got that size, this is the medication I think it is, this is the expiration, this is how I got my dose, right? Do you say that part out loud? When you're on the scene and you're preparing drugs, and we use that case example from our survival calculations, does someone say, hey, this child is 12 kilos, this is 1.2 milliliters of epi, 0.12 milligrams, that expires in August of 2023. Go, right? That will minimize mistakes. It'll minimize education or medication errors. You should do that with every patient. People get tired of me saying, here, it's 4 milligrams of Zofran, it expires March 24, you know, okay. But if I do it every time, it's a habit, it's a heartbeat. When the pressure's on and the stakes are high, I do it because I do it when the pressure's off and the stakes are low, right? I shouldn't say low. Zofran's low unless, you know, you mix it up and give them fentanyl. You know, I guess the scene is less chaotic. The environment is less severe, it's less hostile. So we started thinking about, can we improve this? Can we increase crew education? Can we improve gaps in education by simulation, simulated practice? And that answer is definitively yes, we can, right? But we want to know where we start. So this is a simulated observation. This is a trial that was completed a handful of years ago. Not horribly many, somewhere around 5-ish. It's been done in the past. This was a repeat. They brought in 2-person crews, 45 2-person crews that were familiar as crew members. They were tenured as EMS providers. They had varying degrees of rest since their last shift. And they kept track of all of those things to see the influence of fatigue and shift duration. They used their own equipment and drugs. So they are familiar, or should be familiar, with the equipment that they had available. They walked into a simulated episode in which the pediatric patient, it was an infant patient, so 1 year, 30 days to 1 year, that presented with altered mental status, experienced a seizure, and progressed to respiratory arrest. They were observed for their behaviors, and then they were given the opportunity to provide feedback about what happened. And what happened was really high rates of equipment failure, medication misdosing, and missed assessments. So 54% of them didn't use an OPA. Sometimes that was because they didn't know where it was located, they didn't size it appropriately, what they found in their bags for medications. Maybe it was a valve, didn't work. 51% measured a glucometer. Some of them said, well, the glucometer wasn't in the pediatric bag. And I didn't bring the other bag with me. So I was going to do it, when we get to the truck, or when we're going to do this, or whatever it is. But now we're dealing with the seasoned kid who's altered, who's arresting, and we didn't have the equipment there because of how it's engineered, how we designed it. A couple expected drugs, diazepam or Versed, so Valium or Versed for the seizure activity. When we score their correct dosing, kind of the standard that we use is what is the calculated and expected dose, and are you within plus or minus 20% of that? Valium was given incorrectly 47% of the time. Versed was given incorrectly, was given correctly 60% of the time. Valium was given correctly 47% of the time. So 53 and 40% error rates respectively. When we see an error like that, and we're trying to think through a root cause analysis, what we want to do is just ask why over and over and over again until we can't get to any more whys. So I'll start you on this process, and then you can work through it on your own, because you might go in different directions, right? So if we said, our why is that midazolam is incorrectly dosed 40% of the time, right? That's what we want to understand. So why does that happen? Well, that might happen because we made an incorrect weight estimate or an incorrect calculation. We weren't familiar with our Broslow tape or length-based tape or PD wheel or reference card that didn't have the information we thought it did on it. So if I don't know how to use it, maybe I'll just try and remember. And a lot of people took a WAG and they didn't remember the medication dosages. Some people knew what to do and found it really hard, as most of us do, to do math and conversions and measure volumes correctly while under stress. And this is simulated stress. There's also a persistent failure, like we were just talking about, to verify medication doses and volumes and how we got there quickly with our partner, with another caregiver on the team, so that someone else has an opportunity to say that doesn't sound right, or I know that's not right. Right? So, but now we have to step back again and say, okay, why do those things happen? Well, maybe we don't offer enough or consistent enough or ongoing pediatric training or simulation or skills practice. Maybe the providers have a lack of experience with the equipment, or obviously we had some stuff that was broken because our store and tag system isn't working out the way that we want it to, right? People don't know what's in there, or the bag got tossed and the stuff got broke and nobody knew because we don't put our hands and eyes on it every day. So you say, okay, well, why do those things happen? And that will take you to another question. Maybe your answers are, well, we have to prioritize education in other domains, or, our staff is strained right now. Our call volume is very high. We have provider shortages. They're already checking the bag, the house bag, the monitor. They got to run 20 calls in 10 hours. And there's no way that I can get them to get through this pediatric bag as well. And then we would step back and say, well, why again? And then why again? And then why again? And eventually we'll get to what is the root cause of the issue. Now, in this example with Versed, they didn't actually get that far. So Versed is given incorrectly 40% of the time. And they said, well, why? These guys have a Broslow tape. They're going in. The information's on the card. What could possibly be going wrong? Well, here was the card. So I don't know what you guys have. The Broslow tape was updated a year ago, 2 years ago, perhaps. This is the older version. And I like this because if I said, okay, you've got a Broslow tape, you laid it out, your patient is unresponsive, they landed in the orange zone, we want to give them dextrose, we just found out their glucose is 20, And I scroll down and it's, oh man, 13.3 grams. So what are we going to do? How do we give 13.3 grams of dextrose? Because all I have, there's this national drug shortage, and all I've got right now is an ampule of D50. Child is unresponsive. Parents are watching. They're getting angry. You can hear them behind you, right? Does this crew know what they're doing? Our kid's going to die. And here you are trying to do some math because it said 13.3 grams. Oops, I made an error. I wrote milligrams. It shouldn't have. I apologize. So the first thing I've got is I've got an AMPA D50. So I've got to take my AMPA D50 now. I've got to make it into D10. And if I hadn't thought out how to do that in advance, that's some math all its own. But if you've got it and you got a 250 bag, right, I can take 50 cc's out. I put my AMPA D50 in, I shake it all about, and what I made is D10. And you can see that calculation, right? So the 25 should be grams. So actually all the milligrams should be grams. So once I do that, when I take the 50 cc's of saline out, I put the 50 cc's, that AMP has 25 grams, not milligrams, 25 grams of dextrose in it. So now I have a total volume of 250 cc's divided by my drug concentration of 25 grams. And I can see that there are 10 cc's for every gram of dextrose when I use D10. So if I want to give 13.3 grams, then I have to multiply that. And I get to 133 cc's of D10 from that reference card that was going to make it easy for me, right? But if I hadn't thought through this calculation, if I wasn't prepared for this calculation, could you have done that on the fly? If you're used to a bag of D10, you open up the drug box and, oh man, there's a shortage. It's an ampule D50, right? If that's the reference card you had. So that we knew that was a problem. So we addressed the why. And a lot of you've probably heard of the Hand-Tevi system. Hand-Tevi's a pediatrician who makes more money selling this probably than he does doctoring at this point. Because this is a relatively simple system, you can use the hand guide for the whole thing. But the part of it that I'm really interested in is it's volume-based dosing. So it's what are my standard concentrations and how much of that do I have to give? So an EMS system implemented this. And they went back, they want to say, okay, does it work? Does it matter if we use that orange Broslow card that just says 13.3 grams? Or does it matter if we use one that says dextrose, D10, 133 cc's? And the answer, as you would expect, is overwhelmingly yes, it matters. 483 drug administrations against 375 unique patients. And what they found in the Hand-Tevi system, these are all patients less than 13 years of age. They compared it pre and post. We went from 51.1% correct to 89.4% correct. A greater number of exact doses, which you would expect because it's telling you the exact volume. The majority of errors remained even with a volume-based system in patients less than 1 year of age. Stress, anxiety, calm, confident, right? These things influence our behaviors, influence our mistakes. Survival calculations, being prepared, knowing your reference is going to drive that number down farther. Our medication delivery is going to be more accurate. So what did they do? They also addressed the why, right? It is not surprising that the new iteration of the Broslow tape looks like this, right? And what do you see here? Well, I see that in my D10 for this patient in a purple color, it would be 5.25 grams, and that was old school, and we would be in the same spot. But with D10, 5.25 grams is 52.5 milliliters. Just how we calculated the same math, right? But it's a lot easier. It's a lot more reliable. I don't endorse any particular system, whether it's Antevi, whether it's Broslow, whether it's some pediatric wheel. What I endorse is volume-based dosing. What I ask is that you engineer a program and an EMS system that uses volume-based dosing, if you're not already, because it will improve your patient safety and medication efficiency. And you as the provider need to know what's there and where it is. Pulling out a Broslow tape and searching to find the medication you're looking for and being unfamiliar during a cardiac arrest really undercuts that confidence, right? That's your reference material. Know how to use it. Know what you use. And then when mistakes happen, and they do, be it an organization and thrive in an organization that believes in a just culture. And a just culture is critical for error reporting, right? Just culture recognizes that errors arise from a lot of different sources. It might be the way equipment is stored. It might be the way we operationalize our pediatric response. It might be the type of equipment that we have. It might be how we chose to invest our time and dollars for training this year that led to some error. But it's the intention over the outcome that we gauge in just culture, right? Was your behavior trying purposefully, thoughtfully to do the right thing, and the wrong thing happened and we found some way for it, even if that way is just a human error? Just culture says this isn't malicious, this is an accident. And we can't get better. We can't redesign systems. We can't re-engineer safety protections. We can't re-educate humans. We can't change the supplies on the ambulance unless we know the errors are happening. And if we don't have a just, open, inclusive culture, no one is going to tell us the errors are happening. So it's another critical part of system design to really improve pediatric care delivery. So let's get to the part that nobody wants. And we'll talk about just a couple quick pearls here, specifically about cardiorespiratory collapse, right? The cardiac arrest kid, the impending cardiac arrest kid. So we'll go back to NEMSIS data. NEMSIS collects all the numbers and tells us what EMS did last year. And in 2020, there were 15.4 pediatric out-of-hospital cardiac arrests per 100,000 EMS responses, of which the majority were older children by virtue of how long that window is, right? So older children, anybody 8 to 18, they were 35, 36% of the cardiac arrests, oftentimes driven by trauma because that's their profile. Younger children, 1 to 8, smaller group, only about 22% of cardiac arrests, oftentimes now respiratory event driven, congenital anomaly driven, drowning driven. Drowning is the #1 cause of death in children under 5. And then infants, about another 20% of all out of hospital arrests. And here, we talk about those number of different differentials. Again, drowning is high, respiratory complications are high, child maltreatment and abuse is high, but they represent about 1 in 5 of those calls. So the biggest thing that I can suggest, the biggest thing, if you're not doing it today, that will improve your patient outcomes and your patient care, is stay in the room where it happened, right? Pediatric cardiac arrest survival in general is less than 10%. I've witnessed a lot of grab that kid, push on that kid while we're jogging to the ambulance, jump into the back of the stretcher, usually at a dive, somebody guns it, right? And we are 99 miles per hour, 79, we don't set up a drive cam. We're 79 miles per hour all the way to the hospital. Is that good for outcomes? Well, if our median outcome was 10%, and we look at scene time correlated with survivability, scene times less than 10 minutes had a 5.3% survival to hospital or 30-day survival. Scene times greater than 35 minutes, 6.9%. Scene times in that management zone, 10 to 35 minutes, drove the numbers up because they were the 10.2%. That was the majority, and that's where the majority of effective resuscitations come from. If you've ever seen the scene time survivability curve, and it correlates duration of scene time with likelihood of 35 or 30-day survival, in adults, it's kind of just what we've planned for years, right? It's stay there for 10 minutes, take another 10 minutes post-frost. Your scene time might be around 20 minutes, and that's the sweet time for outcomes. And then we made one for pediatrics, and fun fact, it looks exactly the same. Scene management, where it happens. A different EMS program instituted a protocol similar to what you have in Pennsylvania for a pediatric crashing patient, this peri-arrest child. We are going to have this company-wide, region-wide protocol, just like we do statewide in PA, that you're going to stay there, you're going to provide immediate resuscitation on scene. And they compared survival over pre and post intervention. Now, the number is relatively low. It's only 94 patients in the total enrollment, and you have to segregate that between pre and post survival. But when they stayed, or when they grabbed the patient and ran, their survival was 0%. And their mean time, this one gets me, their mean time to first epi administration, 16.6 minutes. When they said, get there, stay there, room where it happened, get the work done, their survival, same patient population, survival to 30 days, was 23%. Their mean time to epi administration dropped from 16.6 to 7.6 minutes. Those differences are astonishing. And those differences, if they haven't already impacted your care, if that protocol hasn't sold you, those differences should make you stop and think, okay, I've got to build myself in terms of my confidence and my capability to direct this team and manage this scene, because staying there and confronting the pressure and the stakes of the emotion of being there gives this patient the best chance of survival. And that's one of the best things that we can do. Our resuscitation plan might involve some airway management. So let's roll back another year and check in on some NEMSIS data. 2019, we saw 1.1 million pediatric patients. I believe in the Erie area, you guys saw 1 million, everybody else, 148,000. So you were very busy, but you know, that's not a big number relative to total population, still about 10%. And then you take that number and say, who's really sick? How many airway skills did we perform? It's not very many, right? Under 23,000, less than 2,000 for every 100,000 encounters. And when we do these skills, what do? Well, usually we bag someone, and usually that's a good option and often the best option. If we talk about endotracheal tube intubation, we don't do that particularly much, right? But we actually had a pretty good number, 75%, not where we want to be, but a decent success rate per patient. That number fell precipitously among neonates. Hello again. I think I lost everybody for a sec there. Are we back here?
We have you.
Can hear you, Brian.
Okay. Perfect. Let me get set up. I got a breakout room invite. That felt misplaced, but I wasn't confident.
Sorry, you shouldn't have, and I can't get rid of it.
Oh, that's okay. No problem. I got it now. I can ignore them. So Anyway, so we're talking about this. Yeah, I'm back, right? You got the slides?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So usually we're talking about bag valve mask ventilation. And then we talked a little bit about endotracheal tube intubation. And we got to bring in supraglottic airways too, which we actually did the fewest in 2019. But, this has been kind of an evolving thing. And they did still have the best success rate. Now, we get a complication most often of vomiting. And supraglottic airways are pretty good, but they don't isolate the trachea. So we do want to be very aware of having suction ready. If we're going to do an intra-intubation attempt, if we're going to do endotracheal intubation, we need to have that suction up. If we're doing a supraglottic and it's not isolating the airway, we need to have that suction ready. If we're doing prolonged bag valve mask ventilation, then we're going to insufflate a bunch of air into the stomach without intent, right? It's just we are all amped up and we're squeezing the bag hard and we're probably blowing too much air in. And when we do that, any air that goes into the stomach will show itself again to you in the form of vomit. So that hyperinflation, that excessive volume, excessive rate that comes from, and I always use the expression, providers are catecholamine toxic, right? There's so much epi, there's so much adrenaline that we are just cranking this bag down, 120 times a minute, and all that extra air gets in the belly. So we just want to be very, very careful of who we've got using the bag valve mask, how they're doing, because that's going to be our most common skill. And it's a skill that too often and historically we've handed off to the newest guy because it sounded easy to say, go squeeze that thing. But we really should be using a two-person technique. It really should be somebody that is well qualified and well versed and familiar with airways and familiar with bag valve mask technique. And we need to practice this stuff all the time, right? If we as an EMS community are only bagging 4,000 kids a year, and we only did 29 needle cricothyrotomies, and we only intubated 3,000 people, then how do we offset that deficit? Because frequency and proficiency correlate. And if I'm not doing something, I'm not staying good at it. So we have to practice. All practice is good practice. Unexpected verbal scenario, good practice. Low fidelity mannequin that you walked by on your way to Starbucks and put a supraglottic in, good practice, right? Everything is good practice. Just keep practicing. Our other big intervention here is going to be an IO. IOs are very, very successful devices. We use them with pretty good proficiency. When we get to that patient less than one, all of a sudden we take that group out from all the other pediatric patients. And again, we say, okay, less than one compared to 1 to 17-year-olds. How did we do? How functional were the IOs? Well, we're talking about 25% versus 75%. The insertion attempts go up to 2 from 1. The duration of function, because of the size, the placement, the brittleness, and the integrity of the bone, comes down to 20 minutes from 35 minutes. So we were less likely to get it to work. When it did work, it was less likely to last. And if we did get it, it took more tries. These frustrations, these difficulties, maybe it's lack of preparedness, maybe it's lack of the right equipment. No matter what happened, maybe it was just a mistake, a one-off human error, right? I'm nervous, I'm holding an IO gun and I can't stop shaking my hand. It's difficult. What system can we engineer? What can we do different? What can we improve, right? We're gonna do these skills. We wanna be aware that this is a skill that that guy that's got a bunch of IOs in maybe hasn't done this one, right? And maybe is a little bit nervous and maybe needs a little bit of oversight. But it's a good tool. It should be an early tool because it allows us to get early medications on board. And it turns out that probably matters, right? Epinephrine is just this cursed drug of, man, it is the mainstay to like, I'm not sure anymore. So we in the United States use the ROC Consortium, the Resuscitation Outcome Consortium, which I guess if you say ROC Consortium is a consortium, collects tons of national data on cardiac arrest outcomes. And really what they do is a bit of data mining, meaning they come up with all these secondary analysis and they'll just say, well, gee whiz, I wonder if we take that big pool of data and we figure out, let's filter out, so it's just patients that are in non-shockable rhythms. Okay, we filter those out. How about just pediatric patients with non-shockable rhythms? And then let's look at the timing of when those patients received epinephrine. And for each minute from arrival, you're starting to get this whole time thing, right? How fast did we get there? How fast did the epi happen? Each minute from when we got there until we got the epi on board, 4% decrease in 30-day survival. The epinephrine that was given late, those patients in general had a 9% lower odds of survival. So much like with adults, epi early, specific to non-shockable rhythms, had a clear and proven survival benefit. We are always immediately confronted with epi data from Japan. No different here. Same kind of thing. Nationwide group in Japan, 1 month survivability. Now, they did not have any regard for neuro intact survival, which is our typical standard. It was just, are you alive? Your neuro status didn't matter. This was about 4,000 patients, uniquely, because it is kind of a data mine, it's secondary analysis, so you can sort it however you want. They said, let's just talk about patients that are aged 8 to 17, because they most represent the adults, and that's who we were seeing info that, maybe it wasn't so valuable in adults. Less than 8, your airway anatomy is still different. You're not just really a tinier adult, you're much more nuanced. But that 8 to 17 group, maybe a little bit less so. So to give you a sense of how things were going in Japan and their protocols, of these patients, almost 4,306 received epinephrine. The other almost 3,700 did not. And there was no statistical difference in who survived. But much like what we already talked about here, those individuals that received epi had a greater incidence of ROS. I think our odds ratio showed it at like 72, 73 times greater, right? It's a significant increase. When you give that adrenaline, you can often get ROS. That doesn't mean it's sustainable. That doesn't mean it's associated with survival. And that doesn't mean there's a positive neuro outcome associated with it. And those are all the markers that we've switched our focus to. So with that switch comes some new hard realities. Now, what does that mean for us? Well, our local data that was more specific to all pediatric patients, that was specific to a certain type of rhythm, is pretty unequivocal. The Japanese data is interesting, but it's really sliced to a pretty narrow patient population. It's really pretty heavily data mined. It is still well powered, but I don't think it's generalizable to our healthcare system or necessarily to pediatric patients less than 7. So I would put a little bit less weight on that, but it is interesting as we talk about these hot potatoes and hot topics to see what's evolving and where and how it's evolving. So we did it. We ran the call. We navigated the safety events. We did all the stuff. It's time to transfer care. One last snag, right? Remember, it had to be complete, efficient, and timely. Timely, nailed that, right? Our handoff occurs when we meet someone to hand the patient off to. So we only have to focus on complete and timely. Now, researchers are sneaky and they video recorded the EMS handoff to the hospital team and I'm going to air quote again, critical pediatric patients. And they reviewed 68 cases of handoff. A couple of things jump out at you right away. So when we look at this slide that says complete, what you're seeing is the percentage of the 68 cases that reported that specific metric. So our best completion is telling someone the chief complaint, which we did almost 9 times out of 10, right? What was wrong? What we did, also very important, about 8 times out of 10. What you see living at the bottom, respiratory rate, heart rate, pulse ox, and blood pressure, is a full set of vital signs that we don't reliably report, and that significantly matter, right? We have said for far too long that that blood pressure in that kid, that doesn't matter. And that's weird because we compensate, or we define shock as compensated or hypotensive, and you would need a blood pressure to do that, right? Respiratory rate is incredibly predictive of work of breathing, respiratory distress, crashing kids that are becoming bradypneic and slowing down, but we can't make it up. You have to actually measure it. Pulse oximetry, blood pressure, weight is a critically important data point for resuscitation and weight-based dosing. We have to record that, either an estimate or a known actual weight. So there are things that we can do to improve the completeness of our reporting. Well, what about the efficiency? So 68 recordings, right? That's the beauty of video recordings. They cut both ways. 51% of the time, the EMS crew was interrupted by the emergency department staff before they could finish the report. So the next question then, right, is why? Always ask yourself why. So 40% of the time, the question was from the ED physician about something that someone had already said, that you had given them in the report that just nobody heard. 65% of that was an ED physician asking you for information they felt they needed timely that you haven't yet communicated. And I just thought it was interesting, so I put on the slide to remember to share that there is no statistical difference between cardiac arrest and non-cardiac arrest events when they thought about the completeness of handoff. Now they're all critical, so it was all a timely handoff, but they were not all necessarily active resuscitation, which would certainly crank it up a notch. The inefficiency of communication in one of these domains occurred in 87% of all EMS handoffs. So how do we improve that? Well, I think we've done some of those steps. And I know in your region, we did some of those steps even back when I was still there, is that we dedicate time for that handoff. So you might have 20 seconds. You can say a lot in 20 seconds, but to get there and to make sure that it's complete and concise, we should have some kind of script. The important element here that I think we often overlook is that we should share that script with the people we're talking to, right? The interruption from the physician can be avoided if that physician knows when this information is coming. Maybe it's something she wanted that's 3 points down in your 20-second shout out, or it's something that she knows she missed because it would have been 2 points up in your 20-second report. But having a shared script, knowing that we're all on the same sheet of music, right? And then you want to get the proper info to the proper team member. That immediate care team only needs the high points. There's going to be a nurse that's going to need all the points. There might be a social worker that we want to talk to about family contacts or suspected abuse and neglect and how we were going to report that. There might be a chaplain that we're trying to identify and point to the family. You know, there's all these people that make up a care team. So the right information to the right person will help you be timely, complete, and efficient. All right, what do we have? 8 minutes. I got this. 8 minutes. We're going to go real quick. Pediatric submersion events. This is Spencer Elder. For those of you that aren't laughing, that is the cover album from Nirvana. He was 4 months old in the picture, but we're going to pretend this case is a 4-year-old. The 4-year-old male found unresponsive in the pool by his mother. It is a late day in July. It is sunny. It is hot. It's 90 degrees outside. Mom said, hey, I've been inside for 5 minutes. I ran inside. I was trying to grab a couple things for snacks to bring out by the pool, and I found him submerged in the pool. It's just a chlorinated standard pool, nothing fancy schmancy. So we want to go through first on our way there, right? And say, what are my survival calculations? How am I going to control the chaos? So we said he's 4. So if I use a 4-year-old, he should be 16 to 8 kilos, 16 to 18. He should be a 5.0 endotracheal uncuffed tubes. My system here at Remsa Health uses all cuff tubes. If you've made that transition or are considering, just remember that equation comes down half the tube size. So he would be a 4.5 cuffed endotracheal tube. The depth is the same at 14, and my epi dose is 1.6 to 1.8 milliliters, 1 milligram in 10 cc's, or 0.16 to 0.18 milligrams. So I'm going in with that information. That's how I'm going to maintain control. I got it on tape. I got it on my leg. I'm ready to roll. So I go in. We're 5 feet away. I'm doing my assessment. I'm evaluating, identifying, intervening. And the first thing that I see from 5 feet away is a child that mom has pulled out of the pool. He appears to be cyanotic. He appears limp. He is cool to the touch. He is pulseless, and he is apneic. So I don't have to do any more evaluating, right? I don't have to do any more identifying and intervening. Well, I guess I do have to do that part. But I don't have to do that circle anymore because we are in cardiac arrest. So I can think about, as I'm kind of playing this through and I'm thinking about how do I manage this cardiac arrest, or even from the time of dispatch, what could be the differentials for a kid unresponsive in a pool or found in a pool? And drowning terminology is a little bit different now. If you die, we say you drown. And if you didn't die, then we say you had a non-fatal drowning. We used to have a near drowning. Now it's a non-fatal drowning. It's more congratulations for surviving. A seizure could have caused that to happen, right? Maybe the child has a seizure disorder. Maybe it was a trauma of some kind. Maybe there's a glucose imbalance that led to an altered mental status or an intoxicant exposure. Maybe the kid had hypothermia from a cold water exposure that led to the drowning, or maybe there's a non-fatal drowning that's compounded by hypothermia. Because even if the water is really warm, it's not core temp, right? Anything under your core temp is going to make you hypothermic. If you become the temperature of the really nice 84-degree pool water, you are ice cold. So always keep that in mind. Cardiac arrhythmia, it could have been a precursor, or child abuse, right? Intentional drownings are heartbreaking and they happen. So you got to keep those kind of things in mind. An individual that drowns, there's a certain pathophysiology that happens, right? When you become submerged, you're a victim of a submersion event, you take that inspiratory reflex and you're going to bring in some water, and one of two things or possibly both are going to happen. You're either going to aspirate some water directly, which will wash some of the surfactant out of your lungs. Remember, the surfactant is the lubricant that stops the alveoli from being stuck together, and so they can slide back open. And if I stick together, I can't get good gas exchange, and that aspiration and surfactant washing leads to hypoxia because it's a big ventilation perfusion or VQ mismatch. The other thing that'll make you hypoxic is that when that water hits your airway, to protect yourself and to prevent the aspiration, you go into profound laryngospasm. So profound that you can't get air past it. And then you're going to become increasingly hypoxic. And if you've been in a class with me before, we talk about hypoxia as a tiered thing, right? So books always start with tissue hypoxia, but the hypoxia really happened at your cell. It was your cell that didn't get oxygen. And groups of cells are called tissues, right? And groups of tissues are organs, and groups of organs are organ systems, and groups of organ systems are people on Bumble. So that cellular hypoxia very quickly can become end organ failure. And end organ failure is going to progress to death. And all of that is going to be compounded by the water temperature and the hypothermia that you're experiencing. And with hypothermia, and I know I apologize for not adding a ton of depth here, but with hypothermia comes coagulopathies and acidosis. So there's just a potpourri of problems. There is this ongoing from the immersion hypoxia-driven end organ response compounded by hypothermia, acidosis, coagulopathy that leads to death, leads to drowning. So what do we do? Well, the trio in the back are mother, jugs, and speed. And if you're not familiar, Google it, thank me later. But the treatment for these things is not mother, jugs, and speed. It's stay where you are, set up shop, let's get things done. We didn't have to perform the rescue. Mom got this kid out of the pool. There is an emphasis for these patients on ensuring ventilations. Cardiac arrest was driven by the respiratory arrest. So we don't want to do continuous chest compressions, we want to do, if we're doing CPR, in tandem with ventilations. If we're just doing ventilations, then we might want to consider positive pressure ventilations. You could apply, if your protocols permit, CPAP or BiPAP to this child that's breathing spontaneously. If we're bagging them, we should add at least 5 of P, and protocol driven, oftentimes up to 10, because the surfactant that's gone, we want to force the alveoli back open. Using positive pressure ventilation will decrease that VQ mismatch. There is no preference. We reviewed almost 2,400 drowning cases. There is no preferred airway device. None of them had any statistical difference in terms of neurologically intact clinical outcome. Bag valve mask is completely acceptable. Remember that your ACLS protocols might be shifted to include ACLS in the presence of hypothermia, that we should do some contaminant rewarming. So we should actively try and rewarm these patients. Orogastric tubes, if you're using them, should be placed with any endotracheal tube. We were talking a little bit about bag valve mask ventilation and how bag valve mask ventilation causes distension of your stomach. An orogastric tube allows that to be relieved. And consider and usually discard spinal immobilization unless there's obvious signs of injury or concerning mechanism. Again, 2,400 cases, 0.5% of those patients had a cervical spine injury. So very low incidence, shouldn't be a factor. And the last thing that comes up, I just want to dispel this myth a little bit. Does the water matter? Fresh water versus salt water, right? And we thought, wow, if you have salt water, your electrolytes are going to get messed up and all your blood volume is going to shift around. And it turns out that actually doesn't happen. So most drowning victims take on about 3 to 4 cc's per kilo of water. To create shifts in your blood volume, you would have to take on about 11 cc's per kilo. To create shifts in your electrolytes, you would have to take on about 22 cc's per kilo. That is way beyond normal drownings. So unless you are pulling someone out of the Dead Sea, you should be just fine. We don't have to worry about that. What we do worry about with the water is what is the temperature and are there contaminants, because those things will influence the outcome. Very quick bit about self-care. Think about stressors, acute and chronic stress. Engage peer support, engage critical incident management, engage national resources. We all know someone that is directly affected, or we have all lost a friend. I've lost several to suicide amongst my peers, my coworkers, my friends, my mentors. It is heartbreaking. So I know we talk about a million kinds of self-care, right? Drink water, get lots of sleep, avoid caffeine and alcohol, all of those things, which are kind of the opposite of what a shift looks like. But I personally have found some comfort in this. We do this at Remsa Health. We offer a meditation program. Cognitive-based therapies guided by meditation have been proven in several studies to decrease stress, to decrease cortisol, to improve chronic stress, to help you maintain focus during periods of acute stress, and to help you regulate emotional response. And all of those things are critical to you providing the best care you can at the scene of that pediatric emergency. I would offer you time to meditate, but I've already run over. So a couple of quick slides. Happy EMS week to all of you. I tremendously appreciate everything that you do for your communities that you serve, for the individuals that are fortunate enough to receive care from you. So thank you very much. You are indeed awesome. That's me. That's my contact information. That's my cell phone. Call, text, write, email, whatever you'd like to do. I'm happy to take any questions. I'm happy to follow up. I hope you have an outstanding rest of the day. Thank you guys all so much.
Thanks, Brian.
Oh, certainly. Thank you. It's good to hear from you. There he is.
Yes, thank you, Brian. And just kind of wanted to make a connection to Brian's beginning with the Tater logo. We had a big fundraising event here at EmergyCare just a couple of weeks ago that involved food trucks, and Tater was one of them. So kind of ironic how everything connects and comes full circle.
That's right. You never know. Who would have thought that?
Exactly. You'll have to come out next year, Brian, and enjoy Garage Gala with us.
Oh, I would love to. I would love to do that. It's wonderful to see you all.
Great. Thank you so much. We heard that you all may not have heard the first part of the BLS protocol. So if you can just indicate in the chat whether you did hear that or not, just make sure you're responding to everyone. And if you did not hear it, then we will replay it again after this second break. But please put that in there and just let us know. We are going to take another 5-minute break. We are 2/3 of the way there for today. So we'll take this break and then we'll come back and do the BLS protocol, and then we will have our keynote speaker for the seminar.
This protocol contains this. This protocol
Okay, so that was a quick 5 minutes. But we're going to now do the second part of the BLS protocol. I did put the host PowerPoint in the chat, so if any of you did miss that sound on the first part of this, you can go back later, listen to that, and then even listen to the second part if you would like. So hopefully you'll be able to hear this one.
This protocol contains the same information that is found in the BLS protocol. However, it does address certain types of sedation that we can use. In order to sedate a patient that is continuing to struggle against restraints, we need to contact medical command, assess cardiac rhythm and SpO2 if possible, and remember to reduce the doses of benzodiazepines in half for patients over the age of 65. Our sedation options are as follows. Lorazepam, patient can receive 1 to 2 milligrams or 0.1 milligrams per kilogram, and that can be given IM, IV, IO, or IN, with a maximum initial dose of 2 milligrams. This can be repeated every 5 minutes until a maximum of 4 milligrams. We can give them diazepam at 5 to 10 milligrams or 0.1 milligrams per kilogram, and can be given IM, IV, or IO with a maximum dose of up to 10. This can also be repeated every 5 minutes until a maximum of 0.3 milligrams per kilogram. We can give them Versed or midazolam, which is 1 to 5 milligrams or 0.05 milligrams per kilogram, and it can be given IM, IV, IO, or IN with a maximum dose of 5 milligrams. This can be repeated every 5 minutes until a maximum of 0.01 milligrams per kilograms. And we can also give them droperidol, which is a 5 milligram IM single dose injection. Thank you for your time, and please be safe.
Okay, and thank you to Scott Gross for putting that information together for us today. To wrap up our online pre-hospital training today, we have a very special keynote speaker. Rhonda Kelly is the Executive Director of the All Clear Foundation located in Denver, Colorado. She has served in emergency response for more than 20 years. In 2016, she founded Responder Strong to build better mental health supports for responders and their families. In January 2020, Responder Strong transitioned to its new home with the All Clear Foundation, right before the pandemic began. The All Clear Foundation is committed to providing career and volunteer emergency response communities an easily accessible and navigable system of support tools that improve their life expectancy and well-being from hire through retirement. Today, Rhonda is going to share with us taking care of our own, supporting the human behind the mission. So we would like to welcome Rhonda.
Hi there. Thank you so much, Lisa. I appreciate the kind introduction. And I am so grateful for the invite to be here this morning. So many of you I know are here to hear about the latest in protocols, the latest advances in patient care, and I'm sure all of you dedicate a tremendous amount of time to learning how to take better care of others. And what I'm here to do and what EmergyCare asked me to do is to talk a little bit about how you can take care of yourselves. We know that our culture has traditionally told us to put others first, that we come last, but we're just like these ubiquitous smartphones we carry with us everywhere. Without recharging on a regular basis, we just don't function as well. And it has long-term potential consequences for ourselves. So I'm really grateful to be here. And I think I have a little bit of good news for you. We had allotted a fair amount of time for Q&A. So given that we have a more intimate group here this morning, we might actually be finishing up on this keynote a little bit early. So thanks for joining. I appreciate your attention. The title, of course, Maintaining Sustainability of Public Servants in Turbulent Times, Supporting the Humans Behind the Mission. And I really think that is part of the messaging that we've missed. The populace, our employers, and our coworkers and ourselves have always expected that we can rise to meet these significant challenges of this work with no preparation, just with some innate skill set that, to be honest, none of us were born with, and that we should just be able to suck it up, buttercup, and make it through a career. We've seen more and more through the data and through our own personal experience that isn't the case. We really need to focus on taking care of ourselves so that we're ready to perform at the high level that we expect of ourselves and the community expects of us. And let's see, so give you a little bit of history. As Lisa had mentioned, I started in emergency response work back in 1996, last century. I was an advanced practice EMT working in the Antarctic for the US Antarctic program. Loved it, fantastic time. When I decided at the end of the 4 years there that it was time to get my adult job, I landed in Colorado, which is where the Antarctic program is based, was volunteering for a rural ambulance at the time, while also working as a career EMT for rural Metro. Decided I wanted to be a nurse or a PA while I was shadowing them in the ER to differentiate the two roles. I continued to see firefighter paramedics come in. I just thought, well, that looked like too much fun. So I jumped ship again, became a firefighter paramedic in Aurora, Colorado for 17 years. On the side, I picked up my RN license and was working part-time as an ER and then a psych ER nurse in Denver. A couple of years into my career, I began to really notice changes in myself, changes in my coworkers, and in fact, changes in the ER staff that I was working with. You know, I had this idea at the time that working in the ER was going to improve my delivery of care in the field because I would have a better understanding what we could do in the field to support the subsequent care they gave. And when I got to the ER and got embedded in there, I started to see the exact same signs of what we now call stress injury. I started to see the same challenges, and it makes sense. Not only is that where we take our patients, so it's a very similar patient population, but we find that the healthcare professions, EMS, fire, law enforcement, dispatch, all of those who fall under this broad umbrella of emergency responders, arguably the single greatest exposure over the course of all of our careers is to the intense trauma and suffering of other people. But we're faced with that in the complete absence of any preparation, how to recognize that, how to recognize when we're being impacted, when the human behind our badges, our uniforms, our scrubs, our headsets are really starting to connect with those that we're serving, and we're suffering as a result. The other aspect I see that's been very similar between all of these professions is that our cultures have very traditionally been eat our own. Any admission of mental or emotional impact from a job was met with a resounding response, and I know you all know it. Oh, you must be weak. Maybe this isn't the field for you. Here's your Burger King application. And how damaging is that? What a tremendous barrier. So in 2011, I became the health and safety officer for Aurora Fire. Immediately started pressing our chief saying, hey, we need a peer support team. We need a contracted psychologist who gets it, who understands the job. And we need something better than EAP to meet our needs. Conventional EAPs have never been really good at dealing with the crisis that we tend to bring to them. In their defense, they were never intended to be a crisis tool, but that's all HR or our organizations have really had to give us in the past. Fortunately, that is changing, in large part due to the increase of stresses around COVID, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes. So anyway, push the chiefs for all of those things, and at the time, they recognized the need. They just didn't prioritize it financially. And I got it. We had other very valid competing priorities. And like most agencies, we didn't have a budget that expanded to accommodate those. That lasted until July 22nd, 2012 at 12:30 in the morning. My deputy chief gave me a call and said, hey, somebody just shot up the movie theater. This is awful. Can you roll out that program you keep talking about? Of course, we couldn't. We hadn't built it yet. So we cobbled together a response, inadequate, but something. And that was the beginning of our peer support. Around the same time, the University of Colorado had moved their medical school into the city of Aurora. And the head of the National Center for Depression at the time, Matt Vogel, reached out to me, said, hey, I really want to work with firefighters. What do you need? Said, well, we need to stop working in isolation. Most of the fire service, they do more EMS than they do fire. And we were suffering as an entire population, this group of emergency responders, that we are siloed not only within our agencies, but within our branches, yet we're facing all the same challenges. We knew in 2011 that suicide was one of our leading occupational killers, but we still weren't doing anything to address it, to get ahead of that stress injury that I mentioned. He thought it sounded like a great idea to work across branch boundaries, to really approach not only our mental health and well-being, but to incorporate our families in it. Many times we know the families wear an invisible uniform. They suffer from our jobs, but they don't necessarily understand that. They don't understand why. So in 2016, we founded Responder Strong. It was born at CU's medical school, CU Anschutz. Matt had created the National Mental Health Innovation Center and had a potential stream of revenue for us. So we formed Responder Strong to work across branch boundaries to improve mental health supports for emergency responders and our families. That program really took off. Originally, we just intended it to cover Colorado. Within a few months, it was pulled nationally, and I'll talk a little bit about some of the reasons why. In 2019, I happened to meet a group that was being formed called All Clear Foundation. It is a 501c3 that focuses more broadly on the overall wellness and longevity of emergency responders. And when we use that term, we are inclusive of frontline medical workers and their families. I really resonated with that. I recognize mental and emotional well-being are integral to how well we're doing overall. And that particularly these days, that's our priority triage need. But I also recognize it's interlinked with everything else, our cardiac and metabolic health, our relational health, our social health. And I was really struck by the breadth of approach that All Clear Foundation was taking. In 2020, Global Medical Response, who is the company that stood up All Clear Foundation is an autonomous public charity, but GMR CEO Randy Owen was very interested not only in promoting the well-being of his personnel, but how GMR could help impact through All Clear Foundation, along with other partners, the overall well-being of responders across the country. In 2020, they invited me to join GMR and to roll Responder Strong into All Clear. Responder Strong still serves as All Clear's mental health initiative. I've been working with GMR to build out health, wellness, and resilience supports for their personnel across the country. In November of 2020, I was invited as the initial executive director left to become the executive director for All Clear. And it's just been a roller coaster since. It's been good. We're gaining a lot of traction nationally. And what we do as an organization, and this is based upon the way that Responder Strong also developed, is that we recognize there is no one organization who can be the solution. These problems didn't develop overnight, and they're not going to be solved overnight. That what we really need is strategic partnerships, collaboration, to create easily accessible and navigable systems of wellness solutions for responders, frontline healthcare, and their families. We all know there's a lot out there, and I believe most of us know that it's really challenging to find it, especially if we don't start looking until we're in a time of crisis where we don't have a very broad bandwidth for searching, and Google and Siri are usually not the best helps for us. So what we have done is we've created a series of free resources and solutions available to career and volunteer agencies from hire through retirement. We recognize that once we leave the job doesn't necessarily leave us. And unfortunately, when we look at the suicide statistics that I referred to earlier, we see a spike in about age 30 to 35. We also see another spike around age 65. We know that this is oftentimes due to a separation of service for retirement that wasn't adequately prepared for. And I know from my time in EMS and in fire, there were so many personnel that just thought, hey, when I get to retirement, everything's going to be great. What they didn't recognize is without the right preparation, the sense of identity they had, being a medic, being a flight nurse, being an EMT, and having that ripped away from them before they've had the opportunity to establish another sense of identity can be really damaging. That the busyness of the days, the structure of the schedule, being surrounded by other people who shared in your unique experiences and get things like your awkward sense of humor at times or gallows sense of humor, that the loss of all of these things at the same time, the loss of social status, in those moments when a former responder or retired responder is feeling isolated, that compartment that's been holding all of the trauma and the stressors from the career can start to open up. And those resources aren't necessarily available anymore through the agency. So we definitely don't limit our services to those who are just active duty. We focus on catching those who are coming into our careers so that they understand what a stress injury is and understand it's the most likely injury they're going to sustain over their careers, but we don't leave people when they leave, whether it's through resignation, termination, retirement, our resources are still accessible. All of our stuff can be found at allclearfoundation.org. Let's see. Challenges. When we first founded, we recognized there were a lot of challenges that not only for the individual responders, but for agencies. Some of them, you're not going to be surprised by any of them, but some of them are geographic. We all know that there is a tremendous variety of resource availability, depending on whether you're in an urban agency, a large agency, a small one, a rural, a volunteer, and that there hasn't been equity in the past between those. We recognize there are also financial barriers, not just personal. Responders don't tend to have a lot of expendable income, and they're very reluctant to have to spend it on taking care of their mental health and well-being as a result of the job. Agency budgets, they often don't accommodate this. And we know that nationally it's a challenge. How do you validate preventive programs? It's really hard to show the value of that. It's a very complex situation. The other thing, scheduling and time, overflowing training calendars. We've been hearing this from agencies across the country. We know resilience is important. We don't have expertise in-house. We don't have the budget to bring it in externally. And have you seen our training calendar? There is so much mandated training anymore. And I know all of you are aware of that we don't know where we can wedge it in. The other big challenge we hear is low staffing, and that's just been exacerbated by the exodus out of a lot of our professions over the past 2 years. Mandatory overtime is on the rise. We're having to do more with less, and that unfortunately adds to the stress of our personnel while decreasing their recovery time. So looking at all of this, we recognized it all clear. If we're going to create effective solutions that are accessible across all these domains, we have to take a couple of different formats. Digital, which we have a lot of digital solutions that are available equally across the country. Train the trainer models. We would love to reach out and touch everybody individually, but we know we can't scale that way. We also know that almost every agency has a wellness champion, somebody who has rapport, credibility, is respected by their peers, and has the network to be a better conduit for this information. Most of these people, though, are doing this in their spare time, whether it's as a peer supporter, a training officer, or other role. And what we want to do is help them not reinvent the wheel. So we've been creating a lot of train the trainer opportunities, accessible free, to empower these people to really reach out, make an impact within their agencies and communities. We also offer a lot of hybrid resources that are a combination of in-person offerings and remote attendance, so that personnel can participate from across the country. We're really excited about an event that EmergyCare is hosting at their facility in Erie on July 13th. We'll talk about that in a little bit. So 2022, burnout and compassion fatigue really emerged across all the branches as the leading challenge. And there's been a lot of negative fallout from it. I think we're all pretty familiar that burnout is defined as a state of mental, physical, emotional exhaustion. And I think exhaustion is really the key word. It's caused by excessive and prolonged stress. Frequently, as a result, we feel overwhelmed, drained, unable to meet the constant demands. And oddly enough, as we get more and more stressed, we have less capacity to meet our own basic human needs, to recharge our batteries, like that cell phone analogy. And that's what we've been seeing across the country for the past 2 years. When we talk about basic human needs, they're non-negotiable. We have to meet them. And I think one of the big disservices our culture has done to us is ingrain this sense of martyrdom, that we just have to do it, suck it up, buttercup, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, take care of others. And we've been pushed to the back burner. What we haven't understood in the past is that the more stressed we are, the more burned out, the more fatigued we are, the more susceptible we are to more severe forms of these stress injuries. And those can manifest as anxiety, depression, substance misuse as an attempt to cope, anger. When we're stressed, we're more likely to be more injured. It's just like a physical injury. If you go to the gym and you lift until you pull a muscle, most of us aren't going to keep lifting. We're going to take a break because we've been forced to recover. We're finding that doesn't happen on the job. We get stressed and we try harder, we neglect ourselves more, and we wind up having the greater injury like we would if we'd continued to lift through that strain or that pull. Burnout basically occurs when our cumulative stressors outpace our cumulative self-care. And the interesting thing about that is when we look at the stress injuries that result over the course of a career of stress and trauma, it's very rarely just the single headline grabbing incidents, critical incidents that get us. Those hurt for sure. But more often we see responders suffering from the cumulative impact of those smaller T traumas. How many GSWs you've been on, how many attempted suicides, completed suicides, child abuse cases. Those are the things that accumulate in our stress buckets, drop by drop at a time. The good news about that is that the self-care practices, the resiliency practices, those drain our buckets drop by drop at a time. Even if the resiliency practices we choose seem small on their own when we first look at them, they don't have to be big. They just have to be a pattern, a habit in our behavior. So when we look across public safety now, I mean, we're seeing tons of challenges. Understaffing is huge, especially with the exodus we're seeing out of EMS, healthcare, and law enforcement for all the obvious reasons. Recruiting and retention. A lot of people who might have considered this career in the past, they're not finding it appealing right now. We're finding that a lot of people we're trying to recruit are asking questions that we didn't ask traditionally. We didn't ask when we came on, like, what about work-life balance? How is this going to make me a better person? How do I know you really care about me as an individual, as a human, as an employee? Those are things we didn't even really think about 20, 30 years ago. We've seen other challenges, not only among our line personnel, but among our administrative support personnel also. Working from home, making that transition, then having to transition back to the office, the variation in COVID restrictions on how many people can congregate, whether or not we're wearing masks. Administrative personnel, we're hearing talking about, wow, during the past 2 years, we've been expected to do back-to-back meetings because they're all remote format like this. And now as we're transitioning back to hybrid or to full-time in person, the expectation's still there for this pace and we can't maintain it. I talked a little bit about basic human needs, and those are the things that all of us need to thrive and to be healthy. Interestingly, security is one of those basic human needs. Maslow's hierarchy, which I'm sure we're all familiar with, is one of the representations of that. And there's plenty more out there. We have a need for security. We can't really take care of ourselves. We can't really progress and grow unless we're in an environment we feel is secure. And when you look at it nationally and globally, no, we are in very, very novel times, very destabilized times. So insecurity, even though we might not be consciously aware of it, is definitely gnawing at all of us. Instability, socially, financially, like I said, again, nationally and globally, things are pretty volatile right now. We look at the gun violence across the country. We look at the financial unrest, which leads us into inflation. A lot of us are watching 401ks or retirement accounts decrease. We are seeing the cost of housing, of food, of fuel, of necessities going up. It just contributes to the insecurity. What we find as we're grappling with all these things, whether it's in our conscious or our subconscious mind, we are trying to deal with this increased complexity around us with a very decreased cognitive capacity because there's so much going on. We are multitasking to a greater extent even than we used to in these professions. We'll talk a little bit about the stress response and what that does to our cognitive capacity. The other big thing we're seeing is existential concerns, especially among those who are so exhausted, so fatigued, so burned out that they are debating leaving the profession. Things like meaning. Does my work have any meaning anymore if people don't appreciate it? If people don't even believe that I'm combating a virus that exists, that people who question my purpose and my motivation, security. There's just so much wrapped up into this, but what we see with the existential concerns is kind of the security with who our people are as themselves. Most of the people who are drawn to this work, if you ask them why they do it, why they sacrifice so much, the answer will invariably be some version of to help other people. And that really triggers an existential crisis when we start to question internally, am I really making a difference? And a lot of the research out there shows if you want to decrease morale personally or within an agency, the fastest way to do it is to teach people that their efforts don't make any difference, that it's futile. No matter what they do, it doesn't change the outcome. And we're seeing so much of that, whether it's in regards to media coverage, to trying to stem the flow of the gun violence and the critical incidents, or to make a difference in the lives of those that we're serving. All of this contributes to our overall levels of stress. And it's interesting. I know all of us are familiar with the term, but most of us, probably because we're stressed, haven't had a great deal of time to think about it and what it really is. The interesting thing is stress, the stress response is hardwired into our nervous system. And I know this audience understands that more than most. It's our body's response to a threat or a perceived threat or a challenge. And those last two are really, really interesting. So our nervous system was designed to protect us in times of immediate threat and hazard, usually life-threatening. What we find in modern life is that our nervous systems still respond with that full-on dump of stress hormones, the norepi, the epi, cortisol, to anything we perceive as a threat. And that can be a lot of things. It can be that we're fatigued and we're more hypervigilant. So we're responding with a heightened response to stimuli in the past that wouldn't have bothered us. Perceived threat also means stories, things we're telling ourselves in our mind. I'm sure all of us have had this experience where you get into an argument with somebody, it's pretty intense, you get away from it, you calm down, and then you try to tell somebody else about it. And you find in the retelling of the event that your hands are clenching, you're starting to get sweaty, your heart rate is up. You are suffering a physiologic stress response. And it's not because you're back in that argument. It's not because there's a stressor in your immediate external environment. It's because of what's going on in our minds. It's we're retelling the story. And so many times in the emergency response world, we find that we get into ruminating what we could have done better on a call, replaying the call in our minds, replaying the argument when we are questioned, whether by a field instructor or somebody doing QA, QI, feeling that intense reaction and replaying that. We can really send our stress systems into overdrive beyond what's necessitated by our external environment. The other interesting thing is that stress is the body's reaction to a challenge. I'm sure many of you have seen some of the research out there. There's a lot of TED Talks on it about the stress reaction also prepares us for a physical challenge, and that there is a great deal of power in our thoughts, whether or not we think I'm stressed, I'm anxious, or I think I'm ready to go, I'm charged up for this event. So if we're at, say, the starting line of a sprint, we're getting the exact same stress reactions we are when we are telling ourselves a story or we're in a threatening situation, but we tell ourselves a different story about why we're feeling that and what it's going to do. It's beneficial to us. So stress itself, it isn't always bad. It can be motivating, and it's actually necessary. If we're at a low level of emotional arousal, like you see on this U-curve at the bottom, we're not going to perform well, whether it's in athletics, it's on a call, it's anything that means something to us. But what we want to do is match our stress response to the demands that are presenting to us at the time. I mentioned the body's designed for acute stress, but most of what we experience today is chronic stress. If you look at these two photos, in our mental health curriculum where we teach the stress continuum model in greater detail, we ask everybody, which one of these two animals is experiencing a stress reaction? And of course, it's a trick question. The answer is both of them. And this is what the stress reaction is designed for. In a few minutes, they're both going to be back to baseline one way or the other. Our hormone, this tremendous biochemical dump we get in our body, is designed to save us, to fight, to flee, or in some cases to freeze. But in modern life, every little thing can activate this. Road rage, getting stuck in traffic, a patient screaming at us on a call, the tones going off for a pediatric cardiac arrest. Our systems get hyped. And over the course of a shift, there's a tremendous amount of research that shows we very seldom have time to recover from those. So we start at our baseline and just keep ramping up over the course of the shift without really understanding the toll it's taking on our body to be sitting in the stew of hormones. And for dispatchers in particular, we find, for all of us in the field, medics, EMTs, flight crews, firefighters, law enforcement, etc., we can do physical things. We can engage to burn through these stress hormones or take the edge off them. Dispatch population really can't. It's a sedentary role. They respond to a call, pick up the phone, get a lot of auditory exposure. They feel that the only way they can engage, because it is the only way they can engage, is verbally. They can't take physical action, but they're sitting in the exact same stew of stress hormones that we are. They go through the event many times not getting closure. The call ends, another call comes in. It might be something just as critical, or it might be some nonsense, a neighbor complaining about someone's dog, and they still have to respond to that. And continually experiencing that transition over the course of a shift can really lead to long-term consequences, particularly in that population who can't get rid of the hormones the way that we have an opportunity to in the field. One of the best analogies for what we experience in EMS profession is the boiling frog syndrome. Many of you may have heard of it before. If you take a frog and you throw it into a pot of boiling water, frog will jump out immediately. It recognizes, whoa, thermal stress, not a compatible environment, not friendly for me. I'm going to get out of here. But if you take that same frog, and I really hope this is a thought experiment, but put it in a pot of cold water, then place that cold water on a stove and turn it up so it slowly heats over time, that frog will actually stay in and boil to death because it doesn't realize the insidious nature, the thermal stress increasing around it, because it habituates to it as it slowly rises. And this is just a tremendous analogy for where we're at with chronic stress. It doesn't hit us like a sledgehammer. It's insidious. It comes in drops and drops and drops over time. And we don't really realize how stressed we are until we're able to pull ourselves out of that situation. And increasingly in the modern situation where staffing levels necessitate additional overtime, sometimes mandatory overtime, financial reasons can necessitate a second job. We usually choose second jobs in the same field, increasing our exposure, decreasing our recovery. We don't necessarily recognize how stressed we're getting. Many of those around us do because it's impacting our behavior. And we'll talk a little bit about that, but we ourselves don't necessarily recognize it. One of the things the stress reaction does, and this is by design, it's to help us survive, is it cuts off or minimizes systems in the body that are energy demanding, but aren't immediately necessary for our survival. One of the big things that's impacted is our brain. The prefrontal cortex, this area up here, the newest part of our brain, that's the part that's designed to use logic, use reason, have empathy and compassion, see consequences for our action. That area is very energy demanding. So in a stress reaction, the prefrontal cortex becomes less active, and a lower level of the brain, the limbic system, becomes more active. This is by design. The limbic system is the emotional. It's incredibly responsive. It doesn't hear a shot or a sound and then wonder and think like the prefrontal cortex was. That was a loud bang. What was that? Was it a gun? Because at that point, it's too late. The limbic system is designed, loud noise, boom, react, take a defensive posture, which is great for acute stress and for protecting us in the moment. But when we live here chronically, it decreases our capacity for empathy and compassion, for logic and reason. We fly off the handle. This is where we have angry responses to everything. This is where we don't see or really care about others' perspectives. This is where we react emotionally and we don't really care what the consequences are, even though the consequences are still coming. So this is why we see lots of times in states of chronic stress, we get irritable, we get angry, we isolate, we don't want to socialize, because this area of the brain doesn't allow for that. It's not because we're a bad person. It's not because our character's changing. It's not because we don't care about the people around us. We're just in a limited state due to that chronic stress. Some of the other interesting systems that chronic stress impacts, our immune system. In acute stress, the immune system goes up, but in chronic stress, it really plummets. It becomes way less active. Because in the stress response, a bacteria or a virus isn't likely to be what kills us. It's whatever our body is reacting to that it thinks is external to us. Ever had the experience where you've been working like a mad person, you got a vacation coming up, you're really excited, you're pulling some extra shifts, you're trying to get everything done, you finally get to vacation, you relax, and 2 to 3 days in, you get sick? That's the immune system kicking back on. Technically, it's a good thing. But what's happening is your immune system's been suppressed for so long that now when you start to have more parasympathetic dominance rather than sympathetic, your immune system's kicking back on and looking around and thinking, oh my gosh, where did all this clutter come from? So it kicks in to clean things up. Another big system that is impacted is the inflammatory system. In chronic stress, inflammation increases. And all of us, especially as medical professionals, know that inflammation is the underlayment for most of the modern diseases out there. Most of what gets us can't survive unless our body's in a high inflammation state. That's another big thing that evolves out of chronic stress. The last big system that's really impacted is our digestive. The stress response shuts down activity in the GI tract because it's not needed for the immediate fight or fleeing or whatever response we're having to this stressor. In chronic stress, our digestion really drops off. And think about it, in our population, what's the incidence of reflux, of IBS, of other digestive issues, ulcers? This is believed to be implicated with that chronic stress reaction that's unmitigated. The good news is awareness is the first step to recovery. These aren't things we can't prevent. We just have to understand them so we take the right actions. So prolonged stress, it's not just in our heads. It really impacts our body overall. It's biochemical. It's regulated by our nervous system. The good news is we can control it if we know the right things to do. And I talked about these things: decreased immune response, to increased inflammation. Oh, the thing I neglected, impaired sugar metabolism. In chronic stress, we don't process sugar the way that we should. This is what leads to the increased incidence of diabetes. I can tell you with the anonymous or de-anonymized data that I've seen nationally, diabetes is on a huge increase across all our branches, especially EMS. And a large part of that is believed due to the chronic stress levels. The way that we process sugar is impaired. We start to develop insulin resistance. That central adiposity, kind of the spare tire we see, unfortunately, and a lot of people who've been in this field for a while, that's believed to be due because the impaired sugar processing, a lot of the sugars that we get, especially high fructose corn syrup, go to our liver. Liver is walloped trying to process all this. The easiest thing for it to do is to transition that sugar, that excess carb, into fat. And when super stressed, the easiest place for the liver to deposit the fat is in the liver itself, which is why in addition to seeing the central adiposity, it's easy to deposit fat in the belly, but within the liver itself, it creates something like cirrhosis, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, that is devastating in the long term. The other aspect, we talked about lower level cognitive functioning. Not only are we not as logical, we're not as quick, we're more fuzzy headed than we typically are, we can really damage our personal relationships, whether it's in the workplace or at home, because we're in that lower brain state, designed to conserve energy, designed to help us in times of stress, not designed for us to function well in life. So I've been talking off and on about stress injury. We borrowed this from the military. I think it's just brilliant. The University of Pennsylvania and the Navy first looked at it and said, hey, you know, we see depression, anxiety, substance misuse, anger problems, suicidality, post-traumatic stress, but in our population, it's not mental illness. And I think this is one of the big things that has really hurt us as a profession, is that the training we've gotten on mental health challenges in the past has been relegated to the extremes, to mental illness, to the onset of bipolar, uncontrolled schizophrenia, people who have psychiatric conditions that are unregulated in the general population. We weren't ever taught in the stress injury model that when we go into this prolonged state of crisis, we can develop these things that are anxiety, are depression, but it's not mental illness. It's not this thing we see in the population. This is an overwhelm of our coping mechanisms. The Department of Homeland Security created this model, which I really like. We have worked really hard through All Clear Foundation to transition away. We don't talk about mental illness because that's not really what we see in our people. We see an overwhelm of our coping mechanisms and the mental, emotional, and physiologic impacts of chronic stress. And it impacts not only our health and well-being, it impacts our performance on the job and as a human. I love this color coding, you know, super easy. We all get the green, yellow, orange, red. The other thing I really like about this is DHS is broken down into the characteristics. Well, what does green look like? What does yellow look like? Then how do you either maintain it if it's green, or how to improve if you're in the other categories? The red zone, that's where we have been so impacted by this stress injury that we need to reach out to professional help, whether it is a counselor, a psychologist, a psychiatrist, a medical doctor. But this is where we've really gotten to the stage where we're injured to the point that we need professional intervention. The other states, there are multiple ways for us to re-regulate and bring ourselves back to green. All the basic things, taking better care of ourselves, getting good sleep, hydrating, which is a big challenge, especially in EMS when you don't know when you're going to find the next bathroom. Maintaining positive social connections. But then there's other things. Peer support can really help us, along with chaplaincy, when we're in the yellow zone, when we're in the orange zone. I know they put EAP on here. We kind of look at that more broadly as culturally competent and trauma-informed clinicians, because it is important when we're struggling and we reach out to somebody that they get it. They understand that our dark sense of humor is a coping mechanism, not something to ridicule us for. They understand why we do what we do. They don't make the suggestion, why don't you just quit? They also understand how the job can impact us, how it can impact our families, and how it can put us into this spiraling snowball that's rolling down the slope. So this is a beautiful model, I think, and we've integrated this into one of our biggest programs, the Responder Strong Mental Health Curriculum, and that's the program that EmergyCare is hosting the Train the Trainer for in July. We'll talk about that in a sec, but it covers all of this at much greater depth. We've talked about this a little bit. Stress and trauma tend to accumulate over time. How we prepare for it proactively and how we process it really impacts not only our physical and mental well-being, but it impacts us metabolically. It impacts cardiac disease. That's one of the big things that get emergency responders. And again, the cardiac disease is tied in with high states of inflammation. It also impacts our cancer rates. High rates of inflammation with decreased immune effectiveness contributes to our high rates of cancer. So stress isn't just something in our mind, it is impacting every aspect of our existence. We've talked about a little bit about to increase our capacity to cope, we have to take care of ourselves. We have to charge our batteries or we're just not going to perform the way that we want to. But basic human needs, it can get really hard to remember what they are. And many times we default to what's familiar to us, not necessarily helpful to us. That's what we see with the substance misuse. I don't have time. I don't feel like going for a walk. I don't feel like cooking a good dinner. It's easier to grab a beer. It's easier just to sit by myself than it is to go out and see people. We need to remind ourselves what things really have a positive impact on us longer term. One of the ways that we've worked to do that is to simplify what the basic human needs are. And the way we've done that is to categorize them in 3: succeed, thrive, and matter. And you'll see this represented through our work, including with our You Responder Strong Wellness tool that I'll talk about in a minute, in the resources that we have available. How we loosely define all of these is succeed is academic, occupational, financial, retirement success. Thrive are the things that help us stay healthy. So it's sleep, nutrition, movement. We talk about anxiety, depression, cardiac, metabolic, all the things we traditionally think of as wellness and health. And then matters that existential piece, meaning, purpose, spiritual. I think many of us know, chaplaincy was designed not from a religious perspective, it was designed from a spiritual perspective. A lot of what we see and do in the field can lead to spiritual crisis. One of the things we talk about in the mental health curriculum is the work of Viktor Frankl. He's basically the founder of existentialism. And the main tenet of what he teaches is life doesn't have inherent meaning and purpose. You have to create your own. And when what you do or what you experience, and Frankl spent 5 years in Auschwitz. So this wasn't him sitting in an armchair smoking a cigar and thinking about this. This was tried in a crucible of human experience. He talked about when what you experience, and we see that many times in emergency response, what we see, why did the drunk survive and the family of 4 died? How could somebody have done that to a child? Why does this keep happening? That can really lead us to question our meaning and purpose. And it's not that we were wrong, it's just that we have to reframe it in light of what we've seen. But if we lose meaning and purpose, if we give up on that, we are giving up on hope. We're giving up on one of our basic human needs. And that can lead us down some pretty negative pathways. We see a lot of that as the beginning of the descent down the stress injury continuum, and allows suicidality to develop in a lot of our population. But Matter really focuses on that: positive social experiences, identity, meaning, purpose, spiritual well-being. There we go. So I mentioned earlier, one of our big concerns is, how do we keep people coming in, and how do we keep the people that we have? And basically it comes back to showing that we truly care at a leadership level, at an organizational level, and between ourselves on the line, that we care about the human who's behind the uniform, the desk, the job, the headset, the badge. And we really start to train and focus on the human impacts of the job. Arguably, the two greatest strengths any of us bring to these professions is our sense of empathy and compassion. Nobody wants to call 911 and have a sociopath show up. I mean, they want somebody who knows what they're doing, but who also really cares. The positive feedback we get, and I'm sure all of you have gotten it based on the dedication I see in you for attending events like this on a Saturday to improve your care. Most of the positive feedback is something around that. They showed me that they really cared. They really helped me. They were there for me when I needed them. We have to inculcate into our personnel that empathy and compassion are not weaknesses. They're two of the greatest strengths we bring to the job, but they're also pathways for injury. When we come in with the objective of helping others and don't acknowledge that many times the hand's already dealt before we get there, we can do what we can, but we can't always change the outcome. If we can't reframe the outcomes to recognize what we did accomplish in an already predetermined set of restrictions, if we don't acknowledge and receive some of the thanks and the gratitude that come from patients and from others. I see this all the time in the profession, that a medic, EMT, flight nurse, pilot will be thanked by somebody and they'll just blow it off, deflect it. Oh, it was no big deal. It was my job. That does a disservice not only to the person offering the compliment, but to us too. Because if we're not accepting that gratitude, if we're just deflecting it, we're in effect deflecting some of the recharge of our batteries. It's our failure or not our failure, it's our resistance to acknowledging that what we did make a difference. Maybe, most likely, because it didn't make the difference we wanted, but we have to understand we still made a difference. Training stress management, stress injury prevention. That's the reason we created the mental health curriculum, and I'll tell you a little bit about that towards the end of this. Really teaching people, hey, these are normal human reactions. We tell people that after critical incidents. This is a normal reaction, an acute stress reaction. You might be feeling this for 2 weeks. If you're feeling it longer, it might be moving into a more chronic reaction, and that's when you need help. We need to teach people that from the beginning. This is what a stress reaction is. This is how you bring yourself back to baseline. So we're going from yellow back to green rather than letting ourselves devolve into the red zone. Really focus on performance. I said, we don't really talk a lot about mental illness among our profession. We know, yeah, there are some people who do experience onset of bipolar, onset of schizoaffective, but for the most part, the depression, the anxiety, the anger management issues, some of the majority of the disciplinary issues, the interpersonal conflict issues, those can be traced directly back to chronic levels of stress and an increasing stress injury. We really want to talk about performance. This is how you stay healthy on the job. This is how you stay healthy in your personal life. And this is how you not only thrive, but you go on to have a happy life when you decide to leave the profession. One of the big things we're seeing over the past 2 years too is an increasing outreach and level of distress from our leaders. This is kind of in parallel to what we see with peer supporters. As I mentioned, most of us get into the profession to help others. Peer supporters become peer supporters, and many leaders promote because they want to take better care of our own. And this can be an incredibly difficult self-imposed challenge when with the best intentions, these leaders and peer supporters now see themselves as the rescuers of the rescuers and feel more constrained. Now I really can't talk about my challenges. Now I really can't tell anybody that I'm sad all the time. Now I really can't tell anybody I'm having nightmares. And we're seeing that just reflected in the outreach from peers and from leaders, that they're feeling constrained, that they're no longer able to express their basic human needs and what they need to survive because they're so busy taking care of others. And that's really the messaging we're getting to for all of us is, yeah, we're all here to take care of others and take care of each other, but we have to take care of ourselves first. It's not a strength, it's not a weakness, it's not selfishness, it's a necessary skill for the job. The other thing that we see are families. More and more families are pressuring their responders to leave the profession because they're afraid, rightfully so, because we don't necessarily choose to talk to them. And I think this is one of the things, and I experienced it myself, is I didn't want to bring the details of calls home. Home's a sanctuary. So instead of just omitting the details and talking about how I was feeling and giving a vague context why, I just didn't talk about it. And that's a lot of what we see among responders is they shut down, they won't talk to their families, which increase their family's fear. Many times families feel like they're a second family rather than the first, because while we're reluctant to speak to our family members about the job, we light up when a coworker or a partner calls us and it's a million miles an hour talking about things. They see us sharing emotional intimacy with those people and they see it as being taken from them. So there's a whole lot of ways that we negatively impact our families without understanding it. And what we find is either it can lead to an erosion of the supports we get at home, or it can lead to families increasing the pressure. You have to get out of this job. I don't like the changes. I think it's too dangerous. You're becoming bitter and jaded. Controlling, that's a big one we hear. We are accustomed to coming into scenes and taking charge and taking care of everybody and being listened to. We also think that this subset that we see in the human experience, people don't call us because they're having a good day. We're called to witness the worst days of other people's lives. So we see this badness that in our minds, we expand it to think that's the whole of human experience. We have a negativity focus as humans. As responders, the negativity focus gets really honed. We don't go into a call looking for decoration ideas, looking for things we're grateful for. We go in looking for what happened, what could go wrong, and how do we prevent it. When we don't flip these skill sets off, and these are great skill sets on the job, when we don't flip them off and we go home, lots of times we're bossy, controlling, but we think we're being protective. And we think that our families don't see this whole spectrum. They don't see the danger that's out there. The family thinks that we're so focused on the negative, we don't see the good anymore. So there's a whole lot of things that can arise out of this. To help address that, we do have a lot of content that is designed to reach out to the families. As responders, many of us, we don't have the words, we don't have the concept, we don't have the cognitive capability at the moment to explain this to our families. So this is an outreach where they can come up to speed and understand without us having to do it directly. We've talked a lot about recruitment, retention being concerns, decreased performance under long-term stress, preventing the accumulation of stress and trauma. That's what's running our people into the ground. One of the statistics I saw recently that shocked me is that 126,000 nurses left the profession last year. The communities need us across all levels of the emergency response spectrum, up to and including the hospital staff. This is a long-term serious concern for the communities, and we live in the communities. How do we stem this flood of people out of the professions, and how do we take care of them when they stay in so that they don't pay personally? So I've referenced a lot of the solutions that we've created in All Clear. As I mentioned before, they're all free. We know that agencies don't have the budget to pay for a lot of this, and we don't think that responders should have to pay to equip themselves to really recover from the stressors and traumas of the job and to become more resilient to them. To create a platform that's digitally available to everybody across the country, we created You Responder Strong. It is a browser-based, mobilely optimized platform, which means you always open it in a browser, so Chrome, whatever you use. If you open it on a laptop, it looks and operates like a website. If you open it on your phone, it looks and operates like an app. You can use it without creating an account, but if you create an anonymous account, you're not identified. The account's de-identified from the user. But it allows you to bookmark things that you find. It allows you to perform self-assessments and return to them so you can measure a change off benchmark. It allows you to bookmark resources. It allows you to basically archive all of your experience on it. So in April 2020, the Anschutz Foundation, which is a philanthropic group in Denver, Grit Digital Health, who created the U platform. You may know of Grit. They created many years ago the Man Therapy program, which is hysterically irreverent and very funny. They have a version of it that's out there if you just Google Man Therapy for emergency responders. It was designed to target working age males and suicide awareness and prevention, doing it through humor, and it is funny. That's one of the things I really liked about Grit. The founder of Grit is an alumni of Colorado State University, and after Man Therapy took off, CSU called him and said, "Hey, congrats on Man Therapy, really great program, we're proud of you." He said, "Great." And they said, "We've had 17 suicides on campus in the past 2 years. Can you help us?" So Joe and his group go up to CSU. He said, "Yeah, we'll do some focus groups. We'll figure out how to tailor Man Therapy to you." And they held multiple focus groups. And it was just a little knife in Joe's heart. As he and his team were meeting with college students there, they got the feedback, "Yeah, Man Therapy's funny if you're my dad." And then, and by the way, we don't have mental health problems. So they followed up on that and said, "Well, what sort of challenges do you have?" Social anxiety, fear of adulting, fear of failure, transitioning from home to the adult world, social isolation, loneliness, drinking too much, all the things that Man Therapy addresses, just using different terms, not couching it as mental illness or mental health, more couching it as life experience and performance. So they created this U platform designed to be anonymous, designed to be accessible 24/7. We took it and flavored it with the responder experience. So there's thousands of pieces of edited content, short and long form written, videos, webinars, podcasts, tons of content specific to the EMS profession, the healthcare profession, a ski patrol, disaster response, wildland firefighters. All of it is designed to speak to the human behind the job, but we know we need to see ourselves in it. And it helps us to understand how the job is played into what we're experiencing personally. So we also have content that's specific to all these branches that guide people in. I had mentioned that it's free. We have more than 25,000 users now. It is available 24/7. Families are also welcome to participate in it. When you log in, there's a whole series of options. Explore is just to explore the content. Self-checks, those are those self-evaluations, not only in Succeed, Thrive, and Matter, to identify, hey, what areas of basic human needs are you really killing it in? And what areas could you use a little more work on? For people who come in with that vague feeling something's wrong, but they don't know why, this can really help identify what's going on. So those are the self-checks that if you create an account, you can re-reference over time. Goal setting, I've been surprised. We've had a lot of positive feedback from focus groups. One of the big things we need as humans is to be decisive, to make decisions in our lives. Ironically, in chronic stress, the decisions have to come from the prefrontal cortex. That's that overwhelm. That's when you come home from a shift and you just can't even, and you get peppered by your well-intentioned spouse. What do you want for dinner? You know, our typical answer, I don't care. Not the best answer. Granted, we don't have a whole lot of decision-making capacity, but oftentimes what the families hear is, I don't care about you. When we're peppered with, you know, what do you want to do a week from Wednesday? We just don't have that capacity. So I forgot why I went down that path, but anyway, the goal setting, making decisions, sorry. So goal setting can really help us make small decisions over time and show our progress towards it, both of which really feed our sense of self-efficacy and accomplishment. Resources, you can select your state, and brick and mortar resources, which we're continuing to populate in here, become available. You can bookmark content. The last section that people really like is the stories section. These are 30 to 60-second video testimonials of responders, usually answering one of a couple questions. If you had one piece of advice to give to somebody entering the profession, what would it be? What's been your greatest wellness challenge over your career and how did you manage it? And then the one that's occurring more often is, how has the job changed for you in the past 2 years? And what are your thoughts about that? Really interesting stuff, because we're all curious what other responders think. There's also ways to track trending content there. We really promote this as a tool, just like everything else we use. This is a tactical skill. Taking care of ourselves should be the #1 tool in our toolbox. I mentioned Succeed, Thrive, and Matter. It makes it easy to find this content. The other nice thing is this system does have AI in the background. So when a user takes assessments and starts to identify certain topics that they're interested in, the AI helps pull that content to the top of their feed so they just don't drown in thousands of resources. The other big thing that we've done in this is, I'm sure you're all aware because I've done it and I'm sure you have too. How many times have you heard, stop counseling me and give me the tools to fix this? Yeah, it's the responder mindset. We're rescuers, we're fixers. So we have been building out a series of self-coaching modules that are available free through the tool. The first one was a stress management series that talks at length. I believe it's 10 or 11 different modules, several minutes each, that really walk you through everything: sleep, hydration, nutrition. We just launched one on how to maintain high performance in high stress professions. We're working with a nutritionist who's also a amateur bodybuilder whose hobby is focusing on nutrition and hydration for high stress professions, to put out modules specific to that. And we're adding additional modules as the year goes on. So youresponderstrong.org, you can find the tool there. You can also find it on the All Clear Foundation page. Click on the Solutions tab, you'll get a drop-down box. Use is anonymous, it's free, it's confidential, open to responders, healthcare workers, and their families. Agencies have also been using it. Some agencies have created an account. If they don't have their own internal wellness platform, they're able to pull the content off our platform. It's already structured. They can put it into newsletters, they can put it to in-services, however they choose. And so pretty versatile. I've been talking a little bit about our mental health curriculum. In 2017, we recognized if we really wanted to address that culture piece, that eat our own, we needed to reach out not only from leadership down, which we've been doing, but we needed to get to the people coming into the profession. So we created a 4-hour mental health curriculum. Super boring name. I wish we had jazzed it up, but we created it intentionally for the community colleges across Colorado, recognizing, like many states, they train more than half the emergency responders in the state, with a particular presence in the rural communities that don't have their own independent training facilities. And their adjunct instructors are usually current responders. So we thought, here's a great way. We'll get the training in at the right price, which is free. We'll get to people who are coming into the profession to get them to understand a stress injury is the most likely injury, and this is how you protect yourself. And we also get to the adjunct instructors who can take it back to their agencies. The mental health curriculum blew up. It is in almost all the public safety programs and community colleges in Colorado. Colorado Peace Officer Standards and Training adopted it as the minimum mandatory mental health training for law enforcement in Colorado. The University of Denver picked it up and included it in their public safety leadership development program, which focuses on developing leaders in rural, small, and volunteer agencies. We have expanded nationally. We're part of peer support programs. We've been integrated into not only onboarding processes, but a lot of peer support trainings, a lot of in-services, and a lot of family nights. That gives a lot of insights to the families on some of the stress changes that can occur over the career and what to do about them. So what we recognized in 2019, 2020 is that we couldn't just teach this to people. It wouldn't allow us to scale. So we adopted a train the trainer model, recognizing, hey, there are people like you who are the wellness champions and ambassadors in their agencies. We want to empower you not to have to reinvent the wheel, but to use your rapport, your connections, your credibility to really impact those in your community. So the Train the Trainer is always offered free. We never charge an agency or participants. Everybody who attends the one-day workshop is certified to turn around and reteach the content. Participants have access to a shared drive that's updated annually, at least annually. We're doing it more frequently lately. And once they are trained, they can turn around and teach it in their agency, their community. If you get paid to teach it, awesome, we're proud of you. We only ask that you keep our name on it. And yeah, we've really expanded. We have more than 650 trained facilitators across the country now. EmergyCare is hosting an event on July 13th. Again, the participation is hybrid, so you can be there in person or you can be there remotely. I know an all-day Zoom event sounds horrific and although we're all doing them, but we find there's been a lot of engagement. The chat box is lit up constantly, and it actually kind of becomes a peer support course in its own right. We've seen a big impact not only on people coming into the profession, but all the way up to leaders who are starting to re-see their career in a different light. You know, the divorces, excessive drinking, the anger, things that they just thought were character flaws and beat themselves up about in the past. And now they're starting to see this is a normal reaction to the abnormal experiences we all encounter in the job. So if you go to responderstrong.org/trainer, you can see all of our trainings that are available nationally. And again, really excited about the July event with EmergyCare and grateful for their hosting of it. Respond Online, I've talked a lot about the ways the family are impacted. We worked with a group called the Center for Relationship Education to create a 40-module series called Responding to Your Relationships. It's all evidence-based relationship and communication skills content that is flavored and informed by the responder experience. We talk about that shifting worldview where we see the worst but think it's the entirety. We talk about sense of protectiveness that's perceived as controlling. We talk about parasympathetic nervous system backlash when you come home from a shift just tapped, tired, and wired. Your adrenaline and your norepinephrine are running out, but your cortisol is still running high, and how that impacts relationships. We created those 40 modules. Center for Relationship Education offers a train the trainer model to equip people to take it back to their agencies. But we recognized a better way to disseminate it was to take the core nuggets, the 10 or 15 minutes out of each of the top most popular 10 modules and make them available via video on demand. So the Respond Online are available on All Clear's website. A lot of responders have told us they watched them with their significant others and it helped a lot. It not only focuses on the romantic relationships, the family relationships, but it focuses on communication and relationship maintenance and high stress situations, including on the job, how to engage with challenging patients, how to engage with challenging coworkers. When we talk to leaders, we ask them how many of your disciplinary issues are truly interpersonal conflict at their root. And we get the shrug, like almost all of them. This is designed to help with conflict resolution in an easily understandable way, to identify and understand other people's personality styles and expectations on the fly. Again, more information on how to effectively manage stress, how to build self-worth, growing and maintaining resilience. So great content, again, available free on our site. Feedback we've gotten from it's awesome. 98% of the participants in a pilot last year of 300 people said the information helped them in their personal and their professional life. 94% said that this was a good tool to help support healthy culture change in their organization. 96% said they liked the e-learning platform it's on, and 93% said they see value in providing access to this and similar content. So not just us, the users really like it. I mentioned that Succeed, Thrive, and Matter designation we put around content to make it easier to understand. We have a resource directory of about 1,000 resources on our website. Those are chunked into things that help you with physical health, mental health, spiritual health. We're constantly growing and vetting that database. So again, access is totally free. And the last thing I want to tell you about is we recently received a $2 million grant from Health and Human Services, the HRSA grant. This is designed to reach out to response agencies and healthcare organizations in small, rural, and medically underserved communities. We're looking for agencies that have about 20 or fewer personnel. What we're offering is 3 12-month cohorts of 50-ish agencies each. What we provide them is free You Responder Strong Train the Trainer, the coaching modules, the You Responder Strong tool, but then we expand to one of our partner organizations, the National Emergency Responder and Public Safety Center. They launched the first nationally recognized certification for master's level and above clinicians who want to serve emergency responders. What this 56-hour certification does, and it's accredited by APA, which is huge, teaches master's level and above cultural competency and trauma-informed status. So they're less likely to cry when we come and tell them about the contents of a call or an experience. They understand the organizational hierarchy. They understand the exposures of the job. They understand the impact on the family. They understand the physical challenges, and they're better able to support us when we come to them for assistance. So that clinician certification, the great thing about the master's level is in the past, the only nationally recognized certification has been police and public safety psychologist. Super hard to get. There's only about 74 in the country, and almost all of them do fit for duties and pre-employment screening. So none of us really want to go talk to them, even if they had the time in their schedule. So this is a way to help better educate the clinicians out there who are well-intentioned, want to work with us, but don't know what they don't know. So we've been reaching out to a lot of healthcare insurers, a lot of EAPs, and a lot of independent clinicians to build that pool. The list that we have available so far of NERP certified clinicians is on their website, nerps.org. We also have on our responderstrong.org site a directory of, I want to say it's about 1,200 clinicians right now, divided by state, who are known to do great work with responders. The other thing NERPS does is they created a web-based departmentally focused wellness program. So they've got this huge catalog of material that agencies can contract with them for, up to and including peer support, family, mental health stuff, all that. We're providing that free for the agencies for a year through the HRSA grant. We are also providing for each of these agencies a scholarship to one clinician in their community to get this certification. We want to provide the full spectrum of supports, from awareness and education and outreach and tools to, hey, when you get to the point that you want licensed mental health support, there's somebody in your community who gets it. The other thing we're doing with that is tracking anonymized data through International Public Safety Data Institute, to really figure out what works around burnout, what works around recruiting, what works around retention, to create easily accessible dashboards from the anonymized data, but to also put out their policy templates so that when an agency or an organization recognizes we're really struggling with burnout, they can have a policy template there to go, so they don't have to reinvent the wheel. So if you or your agency or neighboring agency is interested in participating in the HRSA grant, it is all anonymous, it is all free. Please reach out to me and I would be happy to talk. There's NERPS's site. I'm Rhonda with an H at allclearfoundation.org. That's my cell. And thanks for hanging in there. This has been a long talk. We're basically here to support you in your overall well-being. And we are created by responders. We work for responders. And if you have any questions, I'd love to hear them.
We're gonna unmute everybody, so if you want to ask a question, I'm going through the process of unmuting.
Lisa, did I miss anything from your perspective?
I don't think so. It was great. You covered a lot. I learned a lot. So
Well, and good. We're really excited that you're hosting the Train the Trainer. There's a ton of really useful embedded content in that. And again, we're just trying to empower the wellness champions locally so that they can turn around and reteach it.
Right. Yeah, and we are excited to have you. We have talked with Angie, who is one of the trainers that will be here in July. So we're very excited. She's very excited. And, you know, we originally thought this is going to be great because we do our academy and we really want to do the Train the Trainer so we can, as you mentioned, start talking about it earlier in the process of being an EMT instead of 20 years down the road, like you said, that we didn't talk about this before. So
and that's a lot of the feedback we get is, I wish I'd had this in my onboarding. I wish somebody had told me this earlier. When I talked about the responding to your relationships content, we taught it to a group of corrections officers. In 2019, we had 43 corrections officers in the room, and one CO came up at lunch. He was probably 60. We were teaching an 8-hour workshop on it. And he just shook his head and said, do you have any idea how much better my life would have been if somebody had taught me these relationship skills early in my career?
So does anybody have questions for Rhonda? No? Okay.
Everybody's got to be exhausted by now.
Probably. So before we let you all go, and we will finish early, I'm sure, we just want to finish up a few things here. Okay, so we do want to thank Rhonda for being here today, because that was just a wealth of information. And I know somebody who just works in the office, I learned a lot and have a better understanding of my peers now as well. So if any of you do have any further questions and want to get in touch with any of the presenters today, their information was all at the end of their presentations, and we have it here for you as well. So please feel free to email them and reach out. I do want to thank our behind the scenes team. Dave Basnak mentioned at the beginning, Karen and Jim. Karen is our Director of Community Development here, and she was instrumental in getting the grant that covered this presentation so that you could have more training. And Karen also has done a lot of the behind the scenes tech work and letting the presenters in and out and informing them. So thank you to Karen. And to Jim Kuiper, who is our education and training manager here at EmergyCare. He has done all of the work to put in the information for continuing education units, and he's going to continue to do all that work to submit your information. So thank you to both of them. Just a few more things before we end the seminar. We do want you to complete the seminar evaluation. That will be very helpful to us. It will be available as a link in the chat for you to answer now. I think Karen is going to be putting that in there. And we will also be providing it as a follow-up to you in the email that you provided to us when you registered. So please complete that. We ask you to do that no later than Tuesday, the 24th. Best to do it now while things are fresh in your mind, because once you log off, you're going to want to enjoy the rest of your Saturday, I'm sure.
It's in the chat.
It is in the chat. So your CEUs will appear within 7 days. If you do not see them, you can reach out to Jim and he'll hopefully be able to work through some things with you and make sure that you get those scheduled. If you missed any part of today's presentation, or you found some of this information very valuable and you want to share it with your colleagues, it will be available on EmergyCare's YouTube channel. So feel free to go to YouTube, just search for EmergyCare and you will be able to find that.
Lisa, can I jump in again? Just give me, it probably won't be there until a week from now. So don't look for it this afternoon because it's not going to be there.
Perfect. Okay. We do want to share a few upcoming opportunities from here at EmergyCare. Our next CEU are going to be available through Camping and Con Ed, and that will be June 10th and 11th. If you know any youngsters who have expressed an interest in EMS and are ages 14 through 17, please tell them about Camp EMS that will be held at Allegheny College June 26th through July 1st. We will be doing a Kyle Swine Memorial Walk Run on July 5th. The registration fee for this is $30, and this is held in memory of one of our EMTs who passed away during training in the military. But all of the funds from this event do help students go to Camp EMS and just building that pool of people that we can train. As Rhonda mentioned, the Train the Trainer on Wednesday, July 13th. We are very excited about that. And EmergyCare is hiring, so if you know anybody or you yourself might be a volunteer now and want to do part or full-time paid work, please check out emergycare.org/employment. Everything else that we've mentioned can also be found on our website. So most of that, you just go to the education portion and find all of that information. We thank everybody for attending today's OPT seminar. As we conclude EMS week, we cannot thank you all enough, and all of your colleagues for all the works you do in the communities that you serve. We know that, as Rhonda said, especially the past couple of years, it's been extremely difficult. I've been here at EmergyCare for the past year. I've always appreciated EMTs. I appreciate all of you even more now when I see what you do on a day-to-day basis. So thank you for that, and have a great rest of the day. That concludes our seminar.